we're going to have about half an hour kind of settled in.
My calls were so late last time my friends couldn't watch, but now
They're watching now?
my calls were late like the 9 o'clock calls, they were late, so my friends couldn't watch, but now they can watch.
Oh, uh-huh.
So we shared the link with some of my friends, so hopefully I have comments from my friends.
Okay. So you got another computer with the audio on. You need to turn so you don't get an echo.
There we go.
Yeah, you can just watch it, so you don't want to
Yeah.
listen to it at the same time. It'll start making a feedback loop of,
Yeah. I was just like, why is it so crashy?
Mm-hmm. Let's make sure we're streaming okay.
So using Restream to go out to several platforms, Scott?
Yes. Okay, so let's see. We are not spotlighted. There we go.
Hello, John and Steve.
Hello, David. I don't know if you remember me or not. But
Yeah.
thank you.
It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you. We first met at the Strategic Air Museum there in Ashland about 8 years ago.
Yeah. Seems like forever now.
I know.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hello there.
Hi, Gary. Evening, Gary.
Evening.
Evening, Steve. Steve.
Gubben, du kan ju ha med mikrofon eller utan mikrofon. Kan man ju höras eller inte höras.
Evening.
No, don't sync. Don't sync. Why have you
That's better.
How's it looking out in Spain, Grant?
What's that?
It's looking cloudy. Looking clear outside my back garden, but I've not got any kit set up here, so
Yeah, it's pretty cloudy.
Waiting room's open.
It may clear a bit later on, so fingers crossed.
So I don't know how people know to get to it, but it's open.
Yeah, and you got the broadcast credentials and everything.
444, and then interested is still a password, just like it was, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our sky here is completely opaque today from the fires that are over 1,500 kilometers away from us in California.
Good Lord.
The smoke has totally inundated us.
Yeah.
The sun. It's
The pictures on the news over here just look incredible of the smoke and the fires. It's kind of unbelievable.
Yeah.
We're pretty much cloud over here in Quebec, yeah, in Canada. Well, east part of Canada anyway.
They say on this day, in 1967, Surveyor 5 landed on Mare Tranquillitatis.
Tranquillitatis, I think.
19,049 images. And Neptune is at opposition today, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Neptune rises at sunset and sets at sunrise.
Okay. Well, David, since you decided to join us, we will let you go on first. And then we will have, we'll probably introduce everybody, okay? And then we'll let Libby go on, okay? And then we'll just start making our rounds. What's your time look like, Norman?
I'm good till for a couple of hours.
A couple hours, okay. All right.
Well, at least an hour. So
To show the,
until my wife comes.
yeah, you want to show the facility.
Yeah, yeah.
So
The
you
tour
want
of
to
the
see it.
job.
That's cool.
Sorry, I was being a bit distracted there. I nipped outside and saw some stars, so I opened up the obs and been rapidly connecting stuff up. And guess what?
Cloudy.
Now cloudy.
I've got a backup option. I've got a microscope set up with a planetary camera on it, just to have something.
Good.
And, which was good fun actually.
Mhm.
So has anybody seen the Astrophotographer of the Year image winner and the controversy over it today?
It's all kicking off, isn't it? It's all kicking off.
Yeah.
I was a bit shocked when I saw the results. I'll be totally honest. It's not, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's quite disheartening to a lot of people in the industry.
Mm. I mean, I see the merits. I get it. You know, I think it's an attractive. You know, there's some attractive images, but it feels like each year the competition's going away from its kind of roots of being about amateurs and you know, amateur astronomy. It seems to be getting more and more commercial. I know I went a few years ago to actually have a look, and you had to pay to go round the gallery of winners, and I just felt kind of wrong to me that as an astronomy kind of outreach thing, it felt like it should be free. The rest of the museum was free to get into, but that particular gallery we had to pay, and it left a bad taste in the mouth.
And what is this you guys are talking about?
So in the UK we have the astrophotography
of the year
competition.
It's international, so it goes out around the world.
Okay.
But it just seems that each year it's less to do with astronomy in some way. Yeah, certainly on the actual imaging side. A lot of the images that have won it have been more landscape shots than actual deep space. And they used to have an Instagram page where all of the entries went on to the Instagram page so you could see them. There were some fantastic images in there. They weren't even getting shortlisted. You know, they're absolutely stunning. Lots of work, lots of hours put into them. But the image that was chosen today seems that it's been partially done on an app in Apple and on a 3D printed adapter to make it three-dimensional. It actually makes everything look out of focus if you're being dead honest. That's
action. It was out of focus.
You know, so many aspects of amateur astronomy and astrophotography are becoming a competition for social media followers and making money and various other things, and it's a big topic. You know, it's in the world at night that I'm still involved in since started under Astronomers Without Borders, and there's talk about doing something, starting an effort to kind of standardize things, which would, I think, be worthwhile, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all up for fast imaging. I mean, I teach that. You know, I teach really what you can get within an hour. You know, around weather constraints or time constraints. But and I've used some of the apps with solar. You know, just certainly for children, some of the real high resolution images, we've turned them into movies using some of the apps, but I wouldn't necessarily enter them into a competition or think they're really worthy of anything. You know, they're more a bit of fun than anything, more educational. So
yeah, they can be educational, they can be artwork, they can be whatever.
Yeah.
But it isn't necessarily nature photography.
yeah, I don't know. I think there's so many different views with social media now. That's the thing, and so many different aspects coming along. I do like to see some of these new apps coming out. I think they're very good, and you know, the people who are writing them are really smart to be able to manipulate things like that. But it's whether it's really when you come to a true astrophotography competition, whether that's worthy to be in there in some sense.
Yeah, yeah, it's a little bit of the wild, wild west, as we say here in the wild, wild west of North American continent, because you guys are all over. But it's, you know, it's kind of lawless. You know, there aren't any real rules.
Yeah.
And I think maybe it's past time to sort of set down some definitions that people kind of agree on. They're sort of the ground rules.
Yeah. I know a lot of the groups have got really funny over remote imaging now. You know, over the last year here, people who keep posting remote images in groups that have been pushed out of the groups or banned from the groups. There's been a lot of controversy on that side as well. So
good.
Looks like there's two class now: the visual observer and imager and there's no common ground coming.
Yeah.
No, there's never common ground at a star party. The imagers all need to sit over the other side of the field in case there's too much light.
Yeah.
Gary, I think,
and I don't know, personally, looking at a screen or looking at an eyepiece, give me a choice. I will go to the eyepiece.
Yeah.
I have nothing to do against the imager,
Yeah.
but personally, I always prefer the live thing.
Always over the camera, you lose a lot of the sky. Yeah, because you're imaging that one object, whereas visually you're going to see a lot more of the sky. You're going to go to different objects throughout the evening.
Yeah.
But it's.
I do enjoy observing a nice image, a nice picture, very well done. I really do enjoy it. But compare it to a live version, even if there's no color or there's less details, I prefer the live thing because the photon get my eye.
Yeah, I've been doing outreach and getting people's eyes to an eyepiece for very close to 50 years now. And, you know, you guys, most of you have experienced this, that somebody looks at Saturn for the first time through a telescope and they say, is that a picture?
It's the wow effect.
Yeah, but they think it's a picture because that's what they're used to seeing.
Yeah.
And the experience of actually seeing it. Well, I equate it with, like, you know, looking at a picture of the Eiffel Tower and standing there under it and looking at it. It's not the same thing.
Not the same, no. Exactly.
I'd just say, Scott, this visual is very, very hypnotic. I'm struggling to not look at it.
Get out your credit card and read the numbers off me as I bring you deeper and deeper into a deep sleep. You'll remember nothing when I wake you up.
Hey, Scott, do you know Olayinka? She's joined us here and on my invitation to get some representation. In
Somebody did. There's a lot of people have joined us so far. We're just all kind of waiting as people get settled in, you know. So who do we have here? Oh yeah, Olayinka is on. She's muted. So we got Shailendra, goes by Chalks. He's on. Steve Ibbotson is with us. Norman Fullum, of course. Mike Simmons. Libby and the Stars. John Johnson. Jessica Buckles down in Australia. Grant. UK, UK, Dovey, David Levy in Arizona, USA, Carroll Iorg, Ohio, USA,
Hello, Kansas City.
Andreas Nilsson. Andreas is in Sweden.
Oh,
Yeah. Now there's going to be other people logging in later as things go along, but they can't be for the entire. Weren't able to make the entire program, but we got a lot of people here and a lot of ground to cover, so it's going to be cool.
Stephen Malia said he'd be on a bit later. He messaged me earlier.
Yep, and we have people already. People are already giving me their bank account numbers. See. Comments already. Jason McDowell, because everybody can hear us, right? So Jason McDowell says, the problem is social media is the move forward. That's where the results come from and the payment. Okay. Alistair says, I don't knock robotic astronomy, but there is a lot more skill, I think, involved in configuring and controlling the mount, the telescope, and the laptop. And controlling ourselves. Yes. Eduardo Simone, hello all. I just got out of work and listened to on the way home. That's nice. Alistair says the camera, among other things, using a robotic telescope. Yeah, it's like using a robotic telescope with Pro in kit gives the edge. I see the skill with processing, but to me, I do not see it as the owner's achievement. It's not the same. Okay.
There are all different views. I mean, I consider views to use remote for disabled people like that.
We've got Kevin watching from Wisconsin.
I think it's a big hobby. I think there's room for all of these different viewpoints. And I think the only time I take issue is when people try and put their viewpoint onto others. And I think, as long as you're getting enjoyment out of whatever you're doing with astronomy, then go for it.
That's true.
Yeah, I agree with Grant. And
there's room for everything and everyone.
I knew people who made telescopes and then took them out to a star party and never used them because they only cared about making telescopes, and that was their thing. Then they'd sell it and they'd make another telescope.
They're telescope makers.
Yeah. That's why I started, because I could not afford a telescope that I wanted. So I built my first one and then got hooked. But I'm an observer to start with. That's what brought me to telescope making. So,
but Norman, some people would probably say, and people did say back then, in some cases, if you didn't make the telescope yourself, you're really kind of cheating.
Oh, that's true.
So
into the hobby, it was like that.
Yeah. And then I suppose before that, there were people saying if you don't pour your own blanks, then you're cheating.
Yeah.
Well, I built my first good one. I didn't grind my mirror. I was about 14 years old. I just didn't think I could handle it. But, a 6-inch reflector. It's still sitting in my garage.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a big achievement, though, to make a mirror.
It is.
Ground to a fraction of a wavelength of light. That's pretty cool. That people can do that. So.
I've always fancied doing it, but never had enough hours in the month to even contemplate starting on it.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's this company like Global Scientific that just do it for us. So.
Because I know the limits of my DIY skills. It would be the most astigmatic mirror ever made, I think, if it was me.
An optician once told me, optical engineer's joke. He worked on spy satellites and stuff. He said, the guy went to an optician and said, do you make aspherical mirrors? The guy said, that's all we do make.
Somebody said, so this is what it's like on the other side, listening to the pre-show chat.
Well, Russell Porter said it. Figuring a parabolic mirror by hand is the most the skill that takes the most precision by hand to achieve without a machine. You go within a millionth of an inch on the surface of glass. So it's a pretty big achievement if you do succeed to make your own primary mirror. And
Yeah.
that's what's brought me to make my second mirror after the first 12.5 inch. I convinced my 6-year-old son that he really needed a telescope because mine was too big for him. So I had to make a second mirror and a third mirror and a fourth. So I never stopped. But the achievement when you first look at at a galaxy or planet through a telescope that you polish yourself, the feeling is just undescribable. I don't think I can describe the feeling.
Fantastic.
I don't,
Have you
I don't
got
wanna
stars there,
I don't want to
Steve?
make everyone cry here.
What was that, Gal?
I said, have you got stars there? I can see the roof open.
I've got stars, but not the ones I want. It's the joys of taking for granted changing your observatory computer.
Ah, yeah.
No settings at all, starting from scratch. And I only turned it on at 9:47. So I've got stars, just can't tell you what they are. But that's what happens when you use cheap Chinese gear in it. So.
We're about 5 minutes out, folks.
Yeah.
I'm just letting PhD2 do its thing, and then I can start on M51. I'm going to try tonight.
What we're going to do.
Okay, turn off the phone, Scott.
Right. I'm going to disappear in a minute and go old school with a finder scope.
Actually, I have received so many kind of cool things. Brochures from Astronomy Magazine, Sky and Telescope. Astronomy has this thing called the Ultimate Guide to Astronomy, which is kind of cool. I think these are largely free handouts, right? So, and then a guy named John Reed or Red has this book on 50 things to see with a telescope and 50 things to see on the moon. That's kind of cool. And then I found this JPL, you guys got to see this JPL Moon Phases dial. It's a free download and it is totally cool. And then John Goss sent me the Astronomical League's Exploring the Starry Realm guide, which is cool. A lot of resources these days. Okay, somebody else wants to inside. Here we go. And he's joining. Okay. Or she's joining.
Scott?
Yes?
I will close my laptop and open my phone.
Okay, yeah. I'll see you go in and out. It's
I'll
okay.
get ready on my phone whenever I'm on. So
Yeah.
let's see in a bit.
Gary, what's on the SEM 40? Is that a sharp star?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the HNT 200 f2.8.
That looks
And I was
small.
going to say,
I would have
it's
expected.
another counterweight. Yeah, I was just doing a balance test on it earlier. It's a little bit over on that one, which I was actually quite surprised at.
You were absolutely right, by the way, about trying to find a serial adapter for the Exos 2 mount. I've spent probably 2 or 3 hours this afternoon trying to bodge something together. It got to the point where I got the soldering iron out and decided that was probably a bad move, so I gave up and ordered one.
Yeah. I had one that it was just over very slightly on the plastic. So I just trimmed the edge of the plastic off and it went straight in.
Brett Blake says, Scott, just a thought, you might want to think about not printing the serial number on the silver colored PMC8 box in white ink It's hard to read. Brett, it's laser etched. It's not white ink. We don't use ink on it. I want that serial number on there forever. Yeah, people are already shouting out at you guys. Okay.
Cool.
They're happy. You got a nice little audience already watching. It's not in the wee hours, you know. So, well, it is for some people. That's for sure.
Does everybody hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. I'm back on my phone. Okay. I don't know how to get to my camera though. To switch.
If you guys see that I'm doing something wrong in the broadcast, just tell me, okay? If you guys see that I'm doing something wrong in the broadcast, just tell me, okay? Well, hello everybody. You've been hearing us in the background, and this is Scott Roberts at Explore Scientific. This is the Global Star Party number 8 from Europe through Australia. So we have people from around the world online with us right now, and I'm going to bring them up in grid view. Let's see if I can do this correctly. So let's cancel my. And let's see if it works properly here. This is the Star Party. I don't think this is working right. Okay, here we go. I think it's still in speaker view, but that's okay. So, oh no, we got everyone here. So, so let me make some introductions on. This is not. I don't think this is everyone that's going to be at the Star Party, but it is a lot of people. So so let's go ahead and start up here. As you see it on, as I see it on the screen up there, we've got David Levy next to me, Grant from the Stargazers Lounge, Libby and the Stars, Jessica Buckles is with us. We got Mike Simmons, Andreas Nielsen, Gary Palmer, John Johnson, Steve Ibbotson, Carroll Iorg. We have Tyler Bowman, Pranvera Hysini, Norman Fullum, Caesar Brolo, Olayinka. Is that right? Am I saying that correctly? She looks a little frozen there. And Steve Collingwood. So, anyways, welcome to Global Star Party VIII. And as is normal and usual during our Global Star Parties, David Levy starts off our program. And it's nice because David really captures in words and in feeling what it is to be at a star party, to really be in the spirit of things. I think that when you're out under the stars, especially if you're out under the Milky Way, there's kind of this sacred feeling that a lot of people have. I certainly get it, and a lot of my friends feel it, and it is. It's something where you're out for a night of adventure. You know that you're out for a night of personal discovery, and to be in the midst of people like David who have made many discoveries of comets and asteroids and supernova, this kind of thing. It's just very cool to be around people like that, and all of the people here with me tonight know what I'm talking about. But the other part of being in our community is the mutual support that we give each other, as we struggle through trying to learn how to use equipment, or how to understand the sky, or how to make an observation or an astrophotograph. We do really work to help each other out. None of us are paid for this, okay? So it's really awesome to be under that one sky, and to share something that we know that the ancients have shared and have experienced. So anyways, I'm going to turn the spotlight on to David Levy. David is a dear friend. He has been, I think, at almost every star party we've done so far on these global star parties, and I think he's enjoyed them, so, because we've enjoyed having him. There you go, David.
Well, thank you, Scotty. And I just wanted to welcome everyone. This is the 8th Global Star Party, but the first one that is specifically intended to go to Europe, Asia, and Australia. And so we're welcoming a lot of people. And I wanted to say how The original group that was here for the pre-show contains of about 15 to 18 people. And the discussion we were having was, as I was trying to listen, was absolutely priceless. What one can learn when you just sit in a group and listen and hear them talk to one another is just absolutely incredible. And that includes Libby, who may, in fact, at age 10, be the most important participant we have here. And the reason is that we are going to bequeath at the end of our lives the beautiful, magnificent darkness of the night sky to Libby and her generation. And it'll be up to her and her generation to keep the sky dark, to keep it precious, and to continue the sense of wonder in our enjoyment of the night sky. I'm thinking of the people over the years who have shared this enjoyment. And I'm also thinking of who has written about it, whether it's written about the comet of 1811, as John Keats did, the comet of 1864, as Gerard Manley Hopkins did, or the supernova of 1572, as Shakespeare probably did or is alleged to have done. We mostly feel that of all the writers in the English language, Shakespeare is probably the best. And if Shakespeare were here, he would probably agree with us on that. However, the four most important lines in English literature were not penned by William Shakespeare, and I think he would agree with that as well. They were penned by Thomas Gray, who wrote about the beloved sense of darkness. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day. The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The plowman homeward plods his weary way and leaves the world to darkness and to me. No matter what kind of a day I have had, when the sun goes down and it gets dark outside and I go out and set up my telescope, I'm feeling as good as I ever need to be. And we look around and we see other writers who have written about this, people, as most of us presenters, most of we presenters today can attest, have taken photographs of what we have seen. And one debate that we had during the pre-show is it better to be an astrophotographer or to be a visual observer? And I really kind of sympathize with the person who said that no matter how many pictures you can take, if you want to see something, you have to actually see it. I have a couple of pictures, for example, of Comet Neowise. And Neowise is coming around for the first time in several thousand years, and it is now gone, and it won't be back again for 6,000 years. And Leslie Peltier would not have written about Comet Neowise. That was never a part of his life. But what was a part of Leslie Peltier's life was Halley's Comet, as it is a part of all of ours, and it will be a part of Libby's. And he wrote, within historic times, 28 visits by Halley's Comet have been recorded. On an early trip, it witnessed the defeat of Attila the Huns in AD 451. It arrived in time to preside over the Northern conquest in 1066. In the year 1456, the menacing appearance of Halley's Comet so alarmed Pope Calixtus that he decreed several days of prayer and established the midday Angelus. And with a great clanging of bells, he then besought the comet to visit its wrath slowly on the invading Turks. In 1607, it was watched by both Shakespeare and Kepler, so it was part of Shakespeare's life too. And I like to think that it was also seen by Captain John Smith and Pocahontas in the frontier skies of Jamestown. On its following trip around in 1682, the comet was observed by Halley himself, who probed into his periodic past and bequeathed to it an honor name that it can bear with pride throughout the solar system. By 1835, when it returned, Affairs of Earth had speeded up. Many a canal boat traveler on the Erie Canal, looking down, could see the comet glowing on the surface of his highway. Humanity himself had taken to the skies when the comet last appeared in 1910. Remember, Leslie wrote this in 1965 before the 1986 apparition, for he was making fledgling flights of perhaps 100 miles. In 1986, our historic visitor will be visited, actually was visited in turn, for in that year, a spacecraft from the Earth made a rendezvous with Halley's Comet out in space. Who could venture to foretell the wonders and achievements which the comet will witness in that distant year of 2062? Or will humanity itself prove periodic? Will the Huns be back again? And I think it will be up to our generation and then to Libby's generation to make sure that we still have a wonderful planet and a wonderful sky. And I now return you to Scotty. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's great. That's great. Let's return back to grid view here so that we can see our group. David, I love that. I just love that. So thank you for the capturing the spirit of this and for the poetry. You can always do something new, and you always surprise me with words I've never heard before in poetry. So that's great. That's great. We have Gary Palmer. Gary helped, more than helped. He is co-hosting this particular star party for me. And Gary, did you want to say a few words as we get started?
Hi, Scott. Hi, everybody. Thanks to everybody who's joined us online tonight and who's agreed to join us on the panel and discuss everything tonight. And thanks to David for opening the show. I've heard David speak on most of the other star parties, and his words of wisdom always sink in somewhere along the lines. They're things that I don't necessarily think, and he brings to my attention. So it's nice to see another side of things.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Gary, you and I were talking earlier, and you'd mentioned that a lot of people in the UK have not had a chance to experience David before. So I'm glad for those of you that are watching up there, and you're really happy that you could participate in this. So, and in fact, all over the world, wherever you are right now. So let's move on, and we will. I think we're going to come up next on Libby. Libby, I'll give a little bit of background about Libby. I will have to introduce Libby probably every time she comes on. I think that she loves the idea of coming on to this live presentation and be able to speak to a global audience. Libby, the last show that you did had over 5,000 views. So you got, you eventually speak to a bigger and ever wider audience, so that's very cool. What are you going to talk about today?
So back when I was back at space camp,
yeah,
one of the administrators, she just loved talking to us and giving conversations about what's out there. Because most of the time at space camp, we only got taught about NASA's history. So she just loved talking to us about her favorite constellations and all the, everything she's learned. She just loved doing it. Mm-hmm. And that was one of the best experiences for me because I was lucky enough to go this year with the coronavirus going on, and NASA, they donated a airplane, and it had a huge little fake runway, and we would all sit on there all spaced out, and she would just love to share with us her favorite constellations.
Right.
And after I got back home and I got that cheap little $15 telescope,
yeah,
me and my friend would sit out, and she wasn't that interested in space, but I would be like, hey, look over there. That's where a black hole is. That's where nebula is. And I would always point to the Orion's Belt constellation with Betelgeuse because I always got so excited about Orion and its nebulas. So I'm going to share with you about what the lady taught us at space camp about the Orion Nebula.
Let me ask you a question, though, Libby. When she was talking about this, obviously you knew she was in love with the sky. Did that make you fall in love with the sky too?
Yeah, a lot. She was like extremely happy sharing with us. She was like, but she was meant to run the camp, not tell stories, and she just loved answering our questions and loved seeing us love space.
Yeah.
So we had this whole conversation about black holes, and she told us a lot about them, and we would sit in seats in the little movie theater, and she told us there's one by Betelgeuse, and there's a whole nebulas out there creating exoplanets. And she's like, NASA has found 7 other planets out there that are just like Earth that we may be able to live on. Wow. And she just loved talking to us about black holes. And we got to ask her a question. And I asked her, what happens if you get sucked up by a black hole? She said, you get spaghettified.
Oh.
And she said, that's a good Google research. So, of course, when I got back home, I did. And basically, I went into research about it. So the black hole will come, and even without a black hole, this can happen. Okay. Your whole body just stretches out into like a thin noodle.
Oh my God.
And I was just like, what? This can actually happen? And I was like, there's all that in a nebula, other planets. I was like, there's black holes. I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Right. It is.
So back when I was 7, me and my dad, we went on a ride, Space Mountain, because my mom loves Disney. So we were in the ride in the line. He's like, can you tell me about those nebulas? And I said, well, it's a bunch of swirling gas. They can create planets, and there's a bunch of nebulas out there. And they can make tinier planets, and they're made out of gas. And this is back when I read every book in the library. So I just was like, they make gas, and they make exoplanets.
Right.
And they have black holes. And the colors are when a star explodes and dies every billion years, a star will die, explode, and will be a million colors. I kind of have one behind me, I think, too.
Right.
And I was like, I love those colors. They're so beautiful. And they create new stars to blow up every billion years, and just more and more and more. And I thought it was so inspiring that there is one happening right now. And I would always find it in Orion's Belt, the constellation, and sit there and look at it and be like, oh, wow, that's so beautiful. And be like, there's a black hole up there just waiting for us to get spaghettified. And I just fell in love with nebulas. I was just like, there's new stars. There will be more stars that we can explore every billion years. I mean, and I was like, there's one right now, but it would take billions of light years for us to see. Well, not billions, but metaphorically billions of light years for us to go and see it. So
what is the thing, Libby, what is the thing that really makes you so interested in exploring space and seeing these nebulas? What is it that why do you do it?
Sometimes I'm like, well, look at those beautiful colors. And usually rainbows, naturally, when you see them in the sky, they're made out of mist and water after it rains. Yes. So the sun will project and it'll have a prism or something. And I always thought that was cool before I started getting interested in space. So I used to be like, whoa, this cool nebula with all these awesome colors came naturally.
Right.
And the thought that every year, like every billion years, one would explode and then create more planets to live on. I was like, whoa, more places to explore, more missions for me. And I was also like, whoa, there's more stars out there, more stars to discover with my telescope.
Right. Right.
And my friend, I used to be like, there's a black hole out there. And that was probably the only thing she probably found interesting about space. So,
right. And Libby, you're 10 years old now, but when you become an adult, what do you hope to do? What's your dream?
well, for the meantime, I do want to remain an astronomer because I can't go to space yet, being a kid, not even being able to control a car. But I can definitely go to space, and I research, like, can people with asthma go to space? What is the youngest age? And that is 18. So this week, my school, we did a send a future email to yourself. So I did it for 8 years. So apparently when I'm an astronaut, I'll get an email from me now and be like, oh, hey.
Really cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Libby, thank you. Thanks for sharing your passion.
Thank you. Last time I was a little bit nervous because I couldn't find enough research.
Yeah, that's all right. You'll have to do this. Once you do this many times, and you will, you'll get less and less nervous. People want to know really what young people think, and especially someone like you, because you are so interested in exploring the universe. So that is great.
May I ask a question?
We need to carry the torch.
I think David's got a question for you. Let's.
Yeah, Libby, what is your favorite constellation?
Before, my favorite constellation was the dipping pot because me and my friend, she had a little dragon party thing. We used to sit there, and the roof used to be open on our little thing and be like, look, that's the dipping pot. But now that after I went to space camp and I saw her talk about all the star Betelgeuse and Orion's belt, that was so easy for me to identify, so easy for me to get my telescope on. I was just like, it's so much wonder. It's so easy to get so much like constellations and nebulas and Betelgeuse. Especially now that it's dimming, it's kind of like a Christmas light or plane in the sky. My mom wonders, she's like, is that a plane?
Right.
That's great.
That's great. That's right. So, okay. All right, Libby, thank you. And Libby, just so you know, okay, as we go along during the Star Party, if there's something you want to say, something inspires you or something, feel free to speak up, because you're here to learn. We have all kinds of experts here, and they love astronomy as much as you do. So, it's your chance to spend this couple of hours with us and to learn more. So I think it's wonderful that you're here. So at this point, Norman Fullum has joined us. I think Norman's here, right?
I think I am. Yeah. I'm here.
Okay. All right. It's like Hollywood squares here. So Norman, I know that you've been working all day. Now Norman is just, I mean, as a person, he's just a wonderful personality to get to meet. Okay. I think everybody who has a chance to meet you in person really finds you to be, a very positive and lighthearted type of person. I think that's great. I think that you are definitely someone who loves the stars. You're not. A lot of people work in this business. They do their job. They get in. They get out. You live and eat and breathe this, and And the kind of telescopes that you build, okay, and Norman is a telescope builder, are truly remarkable. You know, the first ones I saw were these incredible wooden creations. You know, they're sculpted, you know, with moons in them, and you know, all the poetry of someone's love for the skies, all sculpted in wood. You know, encasing a precision mirror so that you can look deep into space with it. So it's totally cool. We looked at one of your original ones. I guess the first one you made with Ajay Segal, and I've been in Ajay's home, and
you saw that scope?
I saw it. Yes, it's a beautiful scope. So yeah.
Well, you have it in my back behind me here. I have a picture of it on the wall here.
Right.
To remind me that my first mirror is in that scope. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you could look at that scope up close, you would see all the beautiful wood grain and you know, the sculptures of the moon, and you know, every piece of it is celestial. It's really cool. So, but
my wife said that I'm spaced out.
You were spaced out. You know, Libby said that, all us kids were spacing out. Well, she meant that in another way, not just being like,
yes.
Okay, but you know, being spaced out as far as being lost and absorbed by
oh yeah, very much
space. So that's right. That's so. What are you going to show us today, Norman?
Well, first of all, thank you, Scott, for inviting me over for the presentation. It very means a lot to me to be able to share my passion, and not just telescope making, but astronomy, observing the stars and planets and galaxy. That's what brought me to my work of building telescope. Today, what I'm going to do is show you what the achievement so far after 20 odd years of trying to do better stuff, a bigger instrument, bigger mirror, and working with university to be able to produce new mirror, new type of glass, a new way to make things maybe a little cheaper, a little easier on the wallet for people that or research group that needs a big telescope but that doesn't have the money for it. So we've been working towards that goal, and now it's we achieved our goal, and it's something real now. And we've been approached by many big observatory and research group, and we're making mirror for a large project like the one I will show you later on in my presentation, and the tour of the shop of the 48-inch replacement mirror for the Great Melbourne Telescope project in Melbourne. It's the history of one of the oldest large telescopes. 1886, I think, was built. It was the largest telescope in the world those the years. And over the years, the telescope changed structure, changed place, and eventually the speculum mirror was changed for Pyrex mirror in the 1940s and 50s, and then it was installed in Mont Tremblant in Australia, if you remember, and there was a big fire, bushfire in I think it's 1990, 95, and the telescope was destroyed, the mirror had melted, and about 7 years ago, they had contacted me to have a price on how much it would cost to make a mirror if they wanted to rebuild the telescope, the original structure and everything. So 7 years later, I've got a contract this year to make the mirror. The structure is already pretty much 3/4 of it rebuilt, and it's going to be reinstalled in the original observatory in Melbourne. So this is a very, very captivating project for me to be able to give a second life to such a piece of work of art history, because in 1886 those telescopes were just a piece of art that they were built. So I'm gonna try something I never tried, is to flip my image from my phone so you'll be able to see what I see, but I don't know how it's done. So I'm gonna try a few things. If anybody knows how,
until it happens.
Sorry.
You just keep pressing on the screen till it happens.
Oh yeah.
Now there'll be like a little button. It'll look like it, like a little camera that will flip around.
Oh, okay. Is that it? Oh, there it is.
There you go, Norm. There you go.
I'm so good, eh? Okay. Is everybody following me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start the tour of the shop by my office. Here we go. And I won't go too much into details because it's very messy right now. Very office that got all the project starts here. And got my little kitchenette. So everything is, I can eat here.
Nice.
This is a poster that I really like. It's my son that made the poster. It's about a project that I had many years ago called The Universe on Vacation. So I approached some resorts for vacation resort to install a small observatory to do observation of the stars in those resorts at night. So we never come off the ground, but eventually, maybe one day, someone will catch the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and in that corner here, it looks like it's in the corner because it did a bad thing, but it's my
telescopes that I was talking about.
It's actually the first wooden telescope that I built. Not the first mirror, but the first, my second mirror that I built was a 7-inch f4.5. And this is the structure wooden telescope that I won first place award at Stellafane in those years, the first year that I presented it.
Wow.
And it's my son's telescope right now. And he moved last year and the tube got cracked. He dropped the tube and it got cracked. So he ended up in my shop here for repair, of course. So it's there in a safe corner. And then when I have time, I will have to fix the tube for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we get into the shop. This area on this side of the shop is the grinding machine, polishing machine of all the mirrors that I'm making. On the left here, we have shelves filled with abrasive, all kinds of abrasive from 40 grits up to 3 microns. We have all the grinding tools that I build myself to with the pieces of glass that I cut and glue on a piece of glass and then on plywoods, different size for different size telescope, mirror. So all kinds of little tools here. I want to mention that all the machinery that you will see, it's all homemade because I didn't have enough money to build, to buy a grinding machine and polishing machine. So I built all my equipment myself. So there's a machine here that I built for mirror up to 20 inches. There's a small turntable for figuring purposes. Little larger machine here to make mirror up to 1 meter. And there's a 1 meter mirror right on it right now, but we'll come back to the mirror later on. This one is my first large machine that I built that can do up to 40 inches also. There's a 37-inch on it right now.
Uh-huh.
There's another machine here that do up to 25 inches with the mirror cell underneath. So when I grind and polish the mirror, they're all in the same type of cell that will be in the telescope. So there's no change in the support. Here's an 18-inch mirror on the machine that can take up to 22 inches. This is a blank that I make myself here, fuse glass together, and then I do the grinding and polishing. And this is my first machine that I built 25 years ago. So it was in the Mirror-O-Matic. If someone remember, it was publicized on Facebook. You could get the plans. So I built that machine. Was about 25 years ago, and it must have made hundreds of mirrors, and it still works. I still use it every day.
Yes.
Yes. And here's the big boy here. It's a big machine that can make mirrors up to almost 65 inches diameters.
Wow.
And like it's the same principle. It's a turntable with an overarm and a tool. And I told my son before he left today to leave the tool on the mirror because this is the 48-inch mirror, replacement mirror for the Great Melbourne Telescope I was telling you about here. This is it's at the stage it's been slumped, grinded to a sagitta needed for the focal length of the telescope, and now I'm doing the smoothing of the surface. And just as an example, I'm going to put the machine on so you see how it works when I do a smoothing of the surface. I'm just going to add a little water on it because it had time to dry a bit on the edge, something like that.
Okay.
So the principle is to use different size grids with the tool that will work on the surface of the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a turntable here. I'm going to start the turntable. You will see. There you go.
Wow.
And the overarm here makes the tool sideways on each side. And I have control of the speed, the intensity, the weight, the extension of the overarm. So this is how I smooth up the surface of a very, very large mirror.
This is how you make magic.
That's right.
I don't know if I can put my camera sideways. Oh yeah, there it is.
There you go.
Give you a better image here. So it's a very simple turntable and an overarm that displays the tool on top of the mirror.
Well, this is amazing.
So it's pretty noisy though. Right now it's not as bad as it was when I first started to grind it, because you start with like 40 grids on a very large surface like this. It's very, very noisy. You need headphones and everything, so it's not too loud.
Mm-hmm.
And because to be able, when the mirror is grinded and polished, you have to do a figuring, and you have to test the mirror every time that you do some work on the surface. You need to take the mirror off the machine onto a table that can go sideways at 90 degrees and back up, and then replace the mirror on the machine. So I came up with a system that I can do it all by myself and manipulate 300 pound mirror by myself without any accident.
That would be terrible to be under.
Well, the first time, okay, it's always tricky, but the entire, you see, the mirror itself sits on a 54 point cell that will be exactly the same thing in the telescope, and that cell sits on a platform. So when I do the transfer, the entire platform with the mirror comes out the mirror, the machine sits on the table with the lock at the bottom here, and then the edge support is there, and so I can tilt the table 90 degrees and do the measurement in the big tunnel that I have here. So it's all feasible within, I can take the mirror off the machine, measure it, and put it back within 25 minutes. So it's pretty good for one person.
That is impressive. That is really impressive.
Okay, now I have another section of the shop, which is the building and construction of the mirrors and the telescopes. We'll go upstairs later. This is my wood shop up there.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So here, in this part of the shop is the assembling of telescopes, the making of parts and stuff. On my right here, all those big pieces that you see here is a telescope that I'm building for Astrolab of Mégantic Observatory in Quebec. It's a 36-inch f3.5 folded Newtonian. I'll show you a picture of the telescope when it's going to be finished. It's like this.
Oh, wow.
So it's a folded Newtonian at f3.5, 36-inch, and when looking at the zenith, the eyepiece is at 6 feet only from the ground. So it's very, very safe for public viewing, for anybody, children to go, but you don't need a big highlighter for a large telescope. So here's the parts of that telescope, all the structure part. This is the cage that will hold the secondary mirror with the spider and the center here.
Mm-hmm.
The secondary mirror is sitting in its cell right here, right now. The second cage, and this is the mirror box with a third of the 27 floating point cell that will be installed here. So it's all aluminum made. It's already all on bearings, a very, very smooth movement. It's going to be Serrocat and our Gonavis system on it. So it's very, very smooth moving here. So at the background there, you can see I have a 30-inch f5 mirror that I have to refigure for a customer here. So I'll do all kinds of work on refiguring mirror that doesn't have the figure the good figure that they should have. On this side here, I have my small vacuum chamber right here.
Okay. So you do some.
To precise, it's the small one.
Yeah, the small one. Yeah, it makes up to 22 inches diameters, and this is the bell. This is the system, and I just coated a 10-inch mirror today, so I'm going to show you the end result of a 10-inch. There we go.
Beautiful.
Very good. 10-inch.
Very nice.
Thank you. So, sorry about the mess around because we only 4 in the shop, and we don't always have time to do the ménage.
Yes, they're right.
Okay.
We're a bit artistic at this shop.
So I have a milling.
But
here.
we have engineering as well.
There's an old milling that I bought to be able to do some parts, aluminum parts of the telescope, and also to do some pre-generating of curve on mirror blanks. So I can use diamond blades and tilt the head, and I can generate the curve, the pre-generate curves on mirrors when they're a solid mirror or fused mirror like I make. Now I'm going to show you my Techno-Fusion mirror. Okay, this is what I came up with at the university, Laval University, about 6 years ago now. It took about 2 years to develop. It's a way to make large mirror, lightweight, fast, very fast cooling, and much cheaper and more rigid also. So here's an example of a 1 meter, 40 inches mirror blank. Just came out of the oven not too long ago.
Wow.
So the way it's made, it's what I do is I get my borosilicate, which is pyric, okay. Buy the sheets, and I water jet them the diameters that it's needed. So there's no heat generated when you cut the glass, so it's very safe. And I fuse, for the top plate, I fuse 2 sheets together in the small kiln you see at the back here. I will open it later on to show you. When those 2 pieces are fused together, you see all those small columns. Comes from the same sheet that the top plate was cut from. It's called borosilicate. And I assemble upside down. It will be upside down when I do as assembling. The top part will be at the bottom. I do all installation of all the columns that you see there on the surface, and then put it in the oven with the back plate on top, and then I fuse it like this, straight. After that, I will show you by opening the kiln. It's a small kiln. I can do a 100-inch mirror in there. So it's a car lift that opens the lid. So it's very, very big, very heavy. So as the kiln inside. There you go. So once the blank is fused parallel to the top and the bottom, I get a company that makes mold with the fabrics, and they do a sagitta that I need, okay, with the curve that I required for the mirror. And I just set the mirror on it, and then see all the elements inside the kiln here. And the walls, the ceiling, even the floor is full of elements. And I have a computer here that control all the heating and the raise and the lower of the temperature. So I can raise the temperature 0.5 degree an hour if I wanted to. So I raise the temperature hot enough so the glass soften a little bit, so it takes the shape of the mold. So it's pre-generate the sagitta of the mirror. And then after that, I just cool it down. It takes maybe about a week and a half, depending on the size. And the mirror is ready to go on the machine and be grinded. And they already have a pre-generated curve on the surface.
Beautiful.
Of course, the back is convex because it is the opposite of the concave. But with the 54 or 27 floating cell underneath the mirror, it doesn't matter if it's flat or if it's curved. So there's no problem there. So there's a 40-inch f3.5 ready to be grinded. This is the 36-inch that will go in the structure of the magnetic observatory you saw earlier. Is ready to be coated. This is another 40-inch for a French guy in Europe that I'm making it to f4 for him. It's almost ready to coat right away. And this is my vacuum chamber for the big boys. I can do up to 65 inches diameters in there.
Oh my goodness.
See, it's like a shell. It will open. There's a control at the top. One side open. I install the mirror in it, and I close the lid, and it's vacuumed there.
Norman, did you build this coating machine yourself?
Yeah, with the help of many people, but yeah, it was built here. Yeah,
that's amazing.
I call it the Frankenstein machine with the big knobs.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, look at the big knobs here we got here. Good control, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all
very steampunk, you know.
High power.
It's all manual, so there's no automation here. It's all done by hand and controlled by hand. And I look to the hub here and look inside when it's done, and when I do the work, it's all again homemade. Here's a nice 24-inch for my partner here, Hugo, that cannot be here, but I'm sure he's listening at the presentation.
Yeah, I'm online. I'm talking.
Oh, you're there. Okay. So it's a 24-inch f3.15. I'm not going to do the structure for his telescope. My good friend Ryan Goodson of New Moon Telescope is building his structure because he needed something very portable and easy to carry around the world, because Hugo is working around the world and he has to travel a lot, so he wants to bring his big telescope with him. So it's easier, because the type of telescope that I build is pretty much heavier. On the table,
yes, like the 40-inch.
A 25-inch for a customer in Australia, actually, that I make the blank myself. It's 3 pieces of glass fused together. You can see 3 pieces fused together. And I'm waiting right now to get the mold to have the right Sagitta for his mirror. So I will be able to slump the blank, and then after that grind it.
Good to note that the person is.
Oh, sorry.
Hydraulic,
the big lift here to manipulate all the big piece of glass, and that's it. That's pretty much my madness here. On this corner here, you have another project called Sol Extreme. It's a project with the university that we want to manipulate the light of the sun and carry the radiation through a very special cable, and to be able to transfer 1,000 degrees Celsius heat through a cable to go and do like use on a turbine to make electricity or stuff like that. So it's a project in the making. Other than that, that's pretty much. Oh yeah, it's true. I still have the wood shop to show you. I'm gonna go on this side here. Go up the steps. There we go. If you turn around, you have a nice view of the shop.
Oh yeah.
Not much place to walk around. So the wood shop, like I say, I still make those wooden telescopes on order only. I don't make telescope in advance because I don't have time. I don't only have 2 hands. And this is my wood shop there. I have one in the making. This is the ground board for the 10-inch f4.5 out of black walnut. This is the tube here.
Beautiful.
Very nice tube of black walnut.
Yes.
So pretty.
Isn't that pretty, Libby?
Yeah, it's so glossy.
Yeah.
And you want to see, this is the altitude bearing. See?
You're going to like that.
I carve out the man in the moon on both sides. This is going to be the bearing that will raise and lower the telescope. It's all hand carved, the man in the moon.
Mesmerizing as usual.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Thank you. So that very basic tooling, just nothing industrial, very the basic bandsaw and a plane, and then just about it.
Yeah, a lot of love goes in the scope.
Oh yeah. So I'm going to come down here, come back down, and I promised Scott that I would play a little song. Because last time I was on the GSP, I played a little song because I'm a musician also. And this is my music room in the shop. I got my amp, got a couple of guitars here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change from my telephone to my laptop, and I'm going to play you a song. So it's going to take about a minute or 30 seconds to a minute to do the switch, and I'll be right back with you guys.
Okay, we'll go back to our group. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're back on. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, what did you guys think of seeing that shop? It's very, very unusual to see, someone. I mean, with as few people, I think he has like maybe three or four people working for him, and he's making these giant, huge Dobsonian telescopes. So he can make up to 65-inch amateur Dobsonians. And I have looked through big telescopes before. I've never looked through one of his large Dobbs yet, but I'm very anxious to.
Well, we'll surely get you the chance, Scott.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
I've seen his wood telescopes many times, and as amazing as they look on the program here, it's completely different seeing them in real life.
I agree.
I just can't believe it. The first time I saw it, I think it was at RTMC many years ago. I was just in awe. I couldn't believe it.
Right.
It's true. I've been working with Norm for about 2 years now, and every time I see him working on a wood project, although the big ones are super fun to work on,
sure.
it's always great to look at him work on this stuff.
Yeah, the art. That's right. Well,
I'm back.
So we're going to put the spotlight back on you.
Speaking of great artists.
Yes.
Okay. Earlier in the afternoon, I realized the date we were, 9/11. And that made me think of playing a song for you guys. I think it would be appropriate about all of the life that was lost for nothing.
Yes.
The song is called Would You Know My Name? No, it's not it's not the title. It's called Tears in Heaven by Eric Clapton.
Yes.
Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would you be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I just can't stay here in heaven. Would you hold my hand if I saw you in heaven? Would you help me stand if I saw you in heaven? I'd find my way through nights and days, 'cause I know I just can't stay here in heaven. Time can bring you down, time can bend your knees. Time can break you down, time can break your teeth. beyond the door. There's peace, I'm sure, and I know there'll be no more tears in heaven. Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would you be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I just can't stay here in heaven.
Wow. Wonderful. Absolutely for the day. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good show, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard, eh?
Yeah. Yes, it is. We're about an hour into the show at this point. We do door prizes, and it's time to have Carroll ask the first door prize question. The Astronomical League is the sponsor of our door prizes, and the way that our door prize program works is the league picks the questions. You will then answer the questions to an email, which I'm going to type here, which is Kent. I'm going to put this in chat. It's Kent@explorescientific.com. And we have three prizes. They choose the prizes. They choose the winners. And it basically goes like this: whoever is the first to answer the question in email will be the recipient of it. But the Astronomical League themselves will notify you. Then they notify us of the winners, and we go from there. So, and then we will after Carroll. I want to kind of go back through the group again. I want them each one to basically give just about a minute talk about what they want to talk about next. And then when we come back from a 10-minute break, we will touch base with each one and let them tell their story or share what they're going to share with you today. So, or tonight, as it might be in some parts of the world here. So, but you are watching the Global Star Party VIII with Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance. So let me put the spotlight on you, Carroll. Let me find you, Carroll. Here, there you are. There you are.
Okay. Well, it's a tough act to follow with music. I'm not going to do any singing today. Ask a question here.
Oh, come on, Carroll. A little song.
Thank you. You want to hear it.
Carroll,
we have the 18,000 amateur astronomers from the Astronomical League. And the question is,
okay.
Back on September 6th of 1997, a special discovery was made at the 200-inch Hale telescope by that team. What was the discovery?
Okay, one more time.
Okay, on September 6th, 1997, a special discovery was made on the 200-inch Hale telescope by the team operating that day. What was the object?
Okay, what was the object they discovered? Okay. All right, so don't answer it here in live chat. You're going to want to send your answers to Kent@explorescientific.com, okay? And Again, we want to thank the Astronomical League for coming on our shows and doing these door prizes with us. It's a real pleasure. If you don't already belong to the Astronomical League, you can join them from wherever you live in the world. They have a member-at-large program that allows international membership. If you live in the United States, you can be a member-at-large, or you can also join through your club.
Yes, so we make it easy. If you have any questions about membership, it's rosters@astroleague.org.
Yep, that's right. That's right. So let me get the spotlight off on you here for a second.
That would be good.
About that. I'm a little bit lost here. So hang on for a second there. Sometimes the control buttons disappear in Zoom, which always makes it fun. So here we go. And there we go. So so let's start off with Grant. These will be like little 1-minute talks to just talk about what you're going to share with us today. So Grant, why don't you give us a little overview?
Okay, evening everybody. I was hoping to do some live viewing from a remote observatory in Spain, but I've been watching an all-sky camera and it's looking a bit cloudy. So as a backup option, what I wanted to show was how you can use some of your astro gear to look at the small world rather than the big wide world. So we've got some microscopy stuff here to show people.
Okay, that's great. Jessica, you're up next.
Hey, so I'm just here enjoying it's morning down here in Australia. Good day. Just here to have a chat. I've got both feet firmly planted in visual and astrophotography. So I'm here just to talk with everyone around the world about that.
Awesome. That's
Play
great.
the guitar at the back.
I can't follow up. There's no encore from my side. My apologies.
Come on.
That's right. Okay, how about Mike Simmons?
Well, I'm not going to be showing any images. I'm not an astrophotographer. I've been doing public outreach in astronomy for almost 50 years and a lot of different places. Since the last 10, 15 years, 20 years, been international astronomy. So I founded Astronomers Without Borders and left that organization a little earlier this year. Got some other plans. I'll talk a little bit about what I have coming up as well. But really connecting people around the world through astronomy is really my thing. And I love to talk about that.
Very cool. Okay. And Andreas Nilsson. I think you're still muted there, Andreas.
Oh, thank you.
There we go. There we go.
Thank you for having me here.
Yep. Now you're up in Sweden, right?
Yeah, I'm from Stockholm, Sweden, yes. So I photograph from balconies in Stockholm in the heavy bottle skies.
Yeah.
So I have a challenge to take astrophotography here, but I have made it work. So I maybe share some pictures from my view of from my balcony, what I have captured and learned these few years I have done astrophotography.
Wonderful. Thank you, Andreas. And Gary Palmer.
Hi, Scott. Hi, Scott. I think we'll have a look at some solar processing. Haven't done any for a while. Been doing quite a bit of deep sky processing through the last few star parties. So we'll have a look at a few high resolution images and we'll process them up.
Great. And how about you, Steve Ibbotson? Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Steve, there you go.
I was trying to unmute. Yeah, you are doing a very good job of pronouncing my name. Thank you very much. I was hoping to show some live images through the dual rig, but unfortunately it clouded over.
It did.
It
Okay.
me diverted my eyes and clicking madly a few seconds ago. I was looking at the rain radar.
Oh,
yeah. So probably got some in Wales, Gary. Probably because it's heading my way.
Yeah, it's been dry. I think they're threatening about 3 o'clock in the morning here.
Right.
We've stayed relatively dry for the last few days. There's a little bit coming in, and then we've got a nice big clear patch coming up for 2 or 3 days. So that will make a change. I'll actually forget how to connect all the equipment together and get some images. It's so long since we've had a period clear for that long.
Yeah. So I'm going to be back in shutting the roof on the observatory very shortly. So I was just going to share a few of the more recent images that I've taken.
okay. All right. Very good. Very good. Carroll, you have more that you'll be sharing with us other than giving away fantastic door prizes.
Yeah, I might make some brief remarks, but yeah, the door prize was a big thing for me.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, Carroll is you're now the president or vice president of the Astronomical League?
On September 1st, we changed positions, and yeah, I'm now president.
President. Okay. Well, there you go. Excellent. Excellent. And Steve Collingwood.
All right.
How are you?
We're surviving. It's just clouded over here. I had planned to turn over control of the dome online for the first time, but we're in the UK. So basically, our internet is basically a piece of string and 2 cups.
I see.
And it's clouded over as well. So I'm just going to heckle Gary. Okay.
All right. And Hugo, you're with Norm and Fullum, but do you have something that you'll be sharing with us tonight?
Not particularly. Might as well intro myself. I bumped in Norman 2 years ago. I do live photo astrophotography as well, short exposure especially. So for live views, 10 minutes maximum exposures. And today, unfortunately, all my equipment is in the Middle East. I'm in Canada right now with Norm on vacation / extended stay here due to COVID. And yeah, I'm basically just a systems engineer, and I'm helping Norma. We're breaching for other type of clients, such as research and, like he said, universities and more important observatories. So yeah, nothing to share particularly, but
no, but it's cool to have you here. So that's awesome.
Oh, it's great. I love to see all this passion here from everybody around the world. It's great.
Right. And Pranvera Iceni. So you've been all over the world, Pranvera, and you've landed in California just in time for the smoke. So how are you holding up out there?
The air is quite bad outside, and 2 days ago it looked like being in Mars, but I hope it will get better. But I'm very glad to actually be able to be here, because I was stuck in Australia for like over 5 months because of COVID, as I was conducting a trip around the world in Southeast Asia and here in America, and I haven't been at home in Kosovo for almost a year. So all my telescopes that I have are currently in Kosovo, and as many of you maybe know, that I run the Astronomy Outreach of Kosovo program. So getting out there and teaching the public about astronomy was my thing, like for a long time. And I still keep doing that, although right now I moved here to United States because I start graduate school in planetary science here at UC Santa Cruz in a few days. So I'm getting ready for that, and I'm very excited for that opportunity. But astronomy is a really cool thing, and it's always nice to join together and see all of you, and most of you I also met in person, which is really cool.
So getting to travel because of astronomy was one of the greatest experience, because I have been to so many countries around the world. I even was in Argentina last year and visited Cesar Brolo, who's here with us. So it was nice and a great experience to meet everybody and visit their observatories and get to observe from their telescopes and learn all of that and get that back to Kosovo, in a country that has, doesn't have anything in that regard. So we, as a young generation, are trying to do activities with an outreach group that we want to educate the public, and hopefully we will make an observatory soon. That we're working on it, and it's slowly coming together. But this is what I'm doing currently, and I'm very glad to be here with all of you, and looking forward to sharing with you some more photos later that I've been using SLU, because not being able to use telescopes and have them with me all the time, SLU was one of the greatest tools to have with me, and I could observe from anywhere in the world in both hemispheres, and I was able to capture some really, really great images of minor planets and comets and nebulas and all of that. So I'll be looking forward to sharing all of that with you soon.
Thanks, Pramera. Thank you. And we have Shailendra, otherwise known as Chuck's dog. So Chuck's, what are you sharing with us today?
Hi. I was hoping to do some live imaging, but it's clouded over. So I managed to get about 6 frames of M51. And it's looking hopeful in the next half an hour, maybe it will start clearing over and I can start imaging it again.
Did anyone bought a big telescope lately, so we have all those clouds?
Well, Norm, I know we set a couple of mirrors in Australia.
Right. Yes. Okay. And John Johnson from the Nebraska Star Party. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, Scott. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate in this event. This is just amazing. There's a few people here I recognize, some of the older faces. I've met Mike in the past, and of course, good friends with Carroll and Pran. Oh my goodness.
Right.
She's amazing. First met Pran at the 2018 Alcon in Minneapolis, and I think I was the one that finally said, "Pran, you got to get there." And so I'm going to talk later. I've got to run off for a little bit, but later on here I will give you a full rundown on the Nebraska Star Party. I've been involved with that for at least 25 years now. I'm currently the director of promotions and outreach, and have worked with Scott for quite a while. And the Explore Scientific has been a super supporter of our event, and I cannot thank you enough, Scott. So
thank you.
More later.
Yep. John had sent me a video, which I'll try to queue up later for him as well. So, but it'll show you an overview of what the Nebraska Star Party is like. And this is one of the great star parties in the world under incredibly super dark skies. So, so I think you're going to enjoy that. And Cesar Brolo. Cesar, what are you going to share with us today?
Well, I am in my work. I'm still in my office. This is something that we call the aquarium, because in this box, we work in a clean area. We have here something like the waiting room for telescopes that they're waiting to be repaired or cleaned, or it's like here is like a hospital of telescopes. And I'm still working, and I'll after to talk now, I'll go to my home, and later I can show you something of pictures that we took in the latest star parties, global star parties, from my balcony. And today I found in our warehouse something that is very interesting, because telescope from Jing Optical Company, a company that maybe you know.
Oh yeah.
That we bought a couple of this telescope F5.
Right.
You know this, yes, for our staff. Like we move a office and a store. I don't remember where I had a group of this. Today I found it, and I'm changing this because normally have a f5 mirror, but we change this. This inside have a barrel lens, you know, with a 1 meter, 1 meter with a focal standard. You have 1 meter of focal length, but I found that the mirrors with the Foucault test are amazing, and I'll change this. I need to redesign all of this to make a F5 real system to our staff, and to try with the Exos 5, with the Exos 100 that I use in my balcony.
Yes.
I'm preparing an experiment. I think that I prepare a place here to hold a CCD.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes, the idea of this is something that it will be very interesting to, because we love play like childs, and
yes,
in optics, all that we can do it is amazing. Well, I was astonished with the machinery of the mirror machines, and the big was incredible that I see after.
Excellent.
Before, so
yeah. Thank you very much, Caesar. Thank you.
See you later. I go to my home.
Okay, okay. We will see you in a little bit. Thank you, Caesar. Okay. All right. So at this point, we are going to take a 10-minute break. You may hear us chatter in the background or whatever, but we'll just take a little break, and then we're going to be back with all of these people that were with us. And I think there's some others that may join in later as we go along with the Global Star Party VIII. So thank you for watching so far. Maybe go get something hot to drink, get some coffee, or take a break, do whatever, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Okay, so.
So are you going to sing us a song, Gary?
Please do. Please
No
do.
chance. Absolutely no chance. Yeah. More chance of getting struck by lightning in the tunnel, really.
It cleared in Spain for just long enough for me to focus before the roof then closed again. So
At least your focus good.
Your focus.
Cheapo roll off roofs, mate.
They're saying,
I gotta say,
You're saying should sing for her. She has a guitar. Well, we're kind of in this last minute here. We've got a lot of people who've been chatting with us. So I don't know if you guys have been watching all this, but lots of regulars. I'll just read a few here. You got Brett Blake, David Ing from LA, John Pershilly, Paris, Chile, okay, Marco Pola, Tim Lowen, Richard Eccles. We got a lot of people who've been chatting with them. Brian Fanning, Eduardo Simone, Jerry Hubble. He's having internet troubles right now, so he'll try to get in touch with us later. Diane 24. Ken Pushedley. Ken says, we'll get back to it here. Well, everybody, we are back, and I hope you had a nice break. So we're going to bring back up our astronomers here. Not everybody's back on the video yet, but that's all right. So why don't, since Jessica got up really early this morning, maybe the earliest out of any of us. What time is it there right now, Jessica?
We just made it to 8:30 a.m.
8 a.m. Okay. All right. So did you have your breakfast already, or?
We had a couple cups of coffee. We jump started today, trying to get up. I think, everything kicked off at around 6:37 a.m. So just needed it.
Right. Okay. Well, Jessica used to work here at Explore Scientific. She was one of our star customer service people. She was starting to manage the customer service department, and then she fell in love with a gentleman down under, and she moved to land on her feet at another telescope company called Bintel. And so why don't you tell us a little bit about the story and what astronomy is like down there in Australia?
Yeah, so I never expected lightning to strike twice. As you know, it's a hobby that a lot of people like, but not a lot of people get the opportunity to go to work every single day and work with telescopes. So I was very happy to get another opportunity and get a little bit more help polar aligning down here. I think I needed the entire team to learn how to polar align in the Southern Hemisphere. So where it has its downfall, that'll definitely be polar aligning, but the objects down here are just really, really impressive. And I've loved the opportunity to see some Southern Hemisphere targets. It's been a wonderful experience, to say the least.
That's great. Tell us a little bit about Bintel. That company's been around for a while, is that right?
It has been for longer than I've been here. I've got a lot of folks that remember it back in locations that I haven't had the chance to work in. So pretty long-standing. I think it's at least 20 years old here in Sydney. There's a temporary Melbourne location, but I work at the one in Sydney right now. And yeah, we cover everything from everybody getting their first scopes up to really advanced astrophotography. So I'm happy to get that wide variety of conversations every single day.
Right. And plus too, astronomers down there had to suffer the same problems with fires and everything down in Australia. Is that now kind of abated?
For the most part? Now, the shocking thing about Australian wildlife and flora and fauna is it thrives on bushfires. So a lot of it has already seen a lot of regrowth. I have heard the joke that there's nothing left to burn this year, but it's kind of shocking how fast everything regrows down here. So we're already doing preventative back burning. Hopefully we're not going to get nearly as bad a year this year, because last summer was just completely smoked out. I don't think anybody got any astronomy done last year.
Right, right. And in Sydney, there must be a large astronomy club or clubs down there. What is it like for what is offered to amateur astronomers down there?
Yeah, so there's a collection of a few different astronomical societies down here. I'm a member of two. So I'm a member of the Astronomical Society of New South Wales, as well as the Astronomical Society of Northern Sydney. Both of them put on some really great star parties down here. I absolutely loved Okie-Tex in the Northern Hemisphere, but being down here and going to their star parties has been really fun. They hold one in the wine country that I was happy to go to, because they give you something to do during the day, which is
right.
It's not
no Dutchman here. I got my own beer right now.
So you get a little bit of wine tours to do during the day, but the Astronomical Society of New South Wales has an excellent dark sky site called Waroona, and they put on the South Pacific Star Party. Probably everything was canceled this year due to the coronavirus, and I'm excited to go back, most definitely. We haven't had any star parties, but the wildlife that you run into out at a dark sky site in Australia can be a little bit scary. So maybe a year cool off period of seeing those spiders that size out there is okay for me.
Oh my gosh. So, and of course you and I went together to the Okie-Tex Star Party. Is there any cultural difference or anything that they do special in Australia that would be different from a star party up here?
They party pretty hard down here. Last South Pacific Star Party was ABBA themed, so we all had ABBA playing for the intro night. It was a bit clouded out the first night, and it gets really, really cold out here. I wasn't expecting how cold it was going to be for how hot it gets here. So you kind of have a battle of the extremes, but we just partied out to ABBA for the first night. As far as difference goes, I would say the biggest difference that I remember is having native Southern Hemisphere observers star hopping to targets that I've never seen before. And I always like to buddy up with somebody with a huge Dobsonian. That's where my campsite is going to be right next to. I buddy up to somebody who's got a car big enough to house a huge Dobsonian, and seeing just incredible things for the first time. I think the first time that I saw the Hercules cluster was at Okie-Tex, I think. Yeah. And then the first time that I saw Omega Centauri, so kind of the two different clusters, was incredible. I'm not gonna lie, coming from the Northern Hemisphere, the first time I saw a cluster, I thought to myself, maybe I'm not a cluster gal, but I saw Omega Centauri, and that made me a cluster gal.
That's right. That's an amazing object to look at. But aside from clusters, what's your favorite object to see in the Southern Hemisphere so far?
Tarantula Nebula is very, very intricate. The first time that I saw it, there was so much going on. I still don't think that I've been able to resolve everything in my eye at once, because there's so much to be looking at. And I love the Carina Nebula. Looking at the homunculus is really, really interesting. I do miss Andromeda. I love those really, really huge galaxies and nebulas, but Carina's got it going on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's great. So if someone comes down to Australia to visit you, let's say sometime next year when we can hopefully travel, what are the top 3 things that an amateur astronomer should do in Australia?
You should come to Siding Springs. Siding Springs has so much going on down there. Parkes Observatory, the lesser known kind of lunar assistance down here that, coming from America originally, I had always heard about the lunar landing, but the lesser known thing that I hadn't really even thought about was the kind of pickup of communication that Australia had assisted with. So learning the down under history of the lunar assistance and everything like that was really cool. So I would say Parkes Observatory, Siding Springs out of Coonabarabran, and see the Opera House.
Right, right, absolutely, because there's more to do than the stars. And Bintel, what is Bintel? How are they special, do you think, for the amateur community down there?
I think it's just the wide range of, we're going to start by helping you from the smallest telescope that you can buy, just starting out. And then I am also blessed to go all the way up to people who have remote observatories out at Martin Pugh's place. I've seen people from every single walk of life, and the wide variety has just been really, really nice. And then we're always there to offer assistance, even in the middle of the night. So even if you're over on the other side of the planet, I'm still happy to answer any questions because it's daytime for me.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah. And what is the sphere? I mean, how large of a range? What's your most far-flung customer from Australia?
Well, we do have a fellow who lives in Canada for right now, but he does all of the satellite tracking for Australia. Australia is pretty special because they track and identify every single object that passes over their airspace. Every single satellite has been basically identified, and it's done by somebody remote all the way on the other side.
That's amazing. That's an amazing story.
That's us Canadian.
There's a lot of satellite tracking programs in the governmental going on right now. That makes total sense.
Right, right. Well, that's great. Now, let's jump now to Pranvera. Pranvera, you are probably still studying quite a bit right now, and I know that your time is squeezed. So let's go to you and what can you tell us right now? You've been doing asteroid work with Hap Griffin. I know you love asteroids. What's going on in Pranvera's universe now?
Astronomy is really big, and I love it all, but we definitely have to focus sometimes in something specific, especially when you think about continuing and doing research in school and all that sort of stuff. So my favorite area is the minor planets. And I grew up reading books of David Levy and reading about the discoveries of David and the Hale-Bopp and all these guys. And then coming here to America and meeting everybody, like the astronomers at Kitt Peak Observatory and at the Lowell Observatory. Brian Skiff, he also does some amazing work with asteroids. I really was inspired, and I wanted to do the same, but when you don't have the telescopes, it's really not that easy to do that. But it was a good opportunity when I discovered SLU, and I was given a free membership by the Astronomical League last year. So I upgraded actually that because I wanted to have more time with SLU because it was just a great thing to have. And I happened to be traveling for the last year all over the world, and I definitely needed to have access to the sky. And with SLU, it's so amazing because it's just a platform that you can access from your computer, from your phone. I mean, you can be in the car or in the bus, and you can observe in the other side of the world in the real time, and you can snap photos of anything like that. So if I was not home to do outreach all the time, social media allowed me to present my work and my photography and also do asteroid work. And I was very happy that when I came here to America and I went to visit my friend Hap Griffin, who lives in South Carolina. So he has a private observatory and has a 12-inch telescope. So we were trying to find asteroids that were discovered within those nights. So we wanted to confirm some of them for the MPC, and that is the most exciting thing, because you're like probably the second person to see that new object that was discovered just like a night before. So you're confirming a discovery somehow. So it was actually a full moon, and we were going after this comet that was 19 magnitude. So it wasn't the best idea, but hey, come on, nothing to lose. So we did that. And we actually happened to see it and confirm it for the MPC. So that comet happened to be one of the brightest one in May, which was Atlas comet, very famous one.
Yes.
So I was like so happy that I got to confirm that comet with HAB. And right now, in fact, we're together starting today, being part of the Isaac asteroid search. So we're gonna be having data provided by the telescopes in Hawaii, by the University of Hawaii. So Hap and I will be able to analyze that data and report to the MPC and see if we can get actually something new. So that is quite exciting. But I wanted to share with you my screen if I can figure out how to do that.
Yeah, at the bottom there's
Yeah, I think I found it. So some of these are images that I have been able to capture from SLU telescopes. SLU have telescopes located in the Canary Islands and also in Chile, which allows you to observe in both hemispheres, which is really cool. This is the comet Neowise, and I was unable to see that because when this appeared in the Northern Hemisphere, I was down in Australia, and I was jealous as hell of all the people who got to see it. So, but I got to photograph it with SLU, so it was pretty cool. You can see the tail of the comet is really nice.
Yeah, I've used SLU a couple of times. It's a great thing.
Yeah, I got this first image of the Horsehead Nebula. It was my dream to be able to ever capture this one, but I don't have the equipments and the cameras and everything. So with SLU, I was able to do that and share this as my own image and send it to people or publish it on social media and all that. And also the Orion Nebula, which is, you know, very bright, and it's always so cool to be able to see that or photograph it. This is another comet. I can't remember the name, all these comets, but it was also another, it has the name down there, Comet Lemon, yes. The Lemon one was also very bright during June. So I was able to capture this with a 17-inch telescope. This was the Swan Comet, which appeared early in the morning, usually, and that's the Dumble Nebula. Of course, these are all single shot images, so they're not processed or stacked or anything. They're all just raw data from the telescope that I was just able to put it here in my desktop. And that's the Hamburger Nebula. So that Jupiter, another one of Jupiter, and you can see all the moons. And that is Trifid Nebula. I'm trying to remember all the names. And sometimes you had to wait because Andromeda was not visible like in early April or May, so I had to wait a couple of months until you would be able to actually see it. And with these telescopes, it allows you to have different settings. You can set the camera, what exposure do you want to do, or if you want to do a color image and all of that stuff. But being stranded and being not being able to use a telescope, I think I did a pretty good job at being able to use that. This was the annular solar eclipse, and SLU was streaming it from, I think, an observatory somewhere in Asia. I can't remember which one. And that's the Whale Galaxy. You guys can see these great, right, on my screen, because I'm not sure if the screening is. Yep.
It's working. It's working.
That's great.
That's great.
Alex Nebula, and this is the, I think it's a Mega Centauri, and I was so happy because when I went to Australia, access to the Southern Hemisphere, I could see the Magellanic Clouds by the naked eye, and I went, in fact, in the outback, which is my favorite place on Earth, and it just was stunning seeing the sky down there. And then I got to image Pluto. I mean, look at him. It's so cute and so small.
Hey, Pranvera, there's a question. Jeff Wise wants to know, can you explain what SLU is?
Yeah, absolutely. So SLU is a platform that is being run online, and these guys have telescopes, as I mentioned, in Canary Islands in Chile. So if you want to use SLU, you would have to pay a fee annually that is actually not a huge fee, and it's very reasonable price, especially for students. It's just $20 a year, and you can have access to SLU anytime. You can have the it means if you want to use a telescope, you can set a slot. You can put on the coordinates of whatever object you want to see. They have multiple catalogs of galaxies and nebulas and planets, anything. And then you will tell the telescope that I want to see and image this object. So the telescope will take an image of this object, even if you're not there right now. The photos will be saved automatically for you. So that's a good thing, because sometimes you can set the telescope, you can go to sleep, and then in the morning you will have photos and you can edit them, you can share them. So it's kind of bossy, and you don't have to freeze out there in the cold with a telescope and all that. This was one of the supernovas that was in Orion's galaxy. That photos before it happened and after it happened. So kind of nice to be able to see things that not all the people can see. I mean, you can have a telescope and see light years away, which is really cool. And this is another supernova. So I was just trying to use the SLU telescopes to see different objects, minor planets or nebulas or anything, and share them with people, and just let the people know that these are some cool things out there that probably someone never heard of. So we're back in the beginning. I'll stop sharing my screen.
No, I've never heard of SLU. That's interesting to know. If I want to actually image the Southern Hemisphere, so that's beneficial for me for sure.
Yeah, that was a great thing, because when I was down there, or even here now, I can image anytime, anything. So their telescopes are located in really great locations, and they're quite big. They have a 20-inch telescope, two 17-inch, two 14-inch, and another 11 Celestron, which is a really wide angle, and you can capture like long, like huge areas in the sky. So I would definitely recommend to all of you who don't want to spend a lot of money in telescopes, because all of us I know have spent a lot. And in fact, I've been very happy to have the support from Scott and from Celestron and from all the astronomers that provided us telescopes in Kosovo, so we can bring the sky to all the people out there and share all the wonders with everybody. So thank you so much, Scott, and it's really a pleasure to share all of this with you.
Thank you.
I must say that I've used myself last year. I was stuck in the Middle East and I didn't have my telescopes on site. And I've tried SLU, and it's a very interesting platform, as you say. There's also, well, of course, as an engineer, I always like to tinkle with stuff. So of course, I'm not touching the telescopes and doing all of what I want. But it was very convenient for a situation where I couldn't do anything else. And I really appreciated what the service could get you. And it's not too expensive, as you said. It's really nice.
Yeah, and actually I was very curious, because I have one of these minor planets named after me, and when that is very special, and I wanted to be able to image that. So I tried so hard with SLU, because that was my only opportunity to be able to do that myself. And I had a lot of help from friends to try to image it, and then friends around the world have taken images of it. But it's so cool to just see things like that, and have access to telescopes, and you don't have to pay like thousands to be able to use telescopes of that range.
Correct. I think I subscribed for a few months. It was not more than $100.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fantastic deal. So for the cost of a inexpensive eyepiece, you can be using some of the most amazing equipment in the world. That's great. Now, Gary, I think you were sending me a chat saying that we got some clear skies somewhere. Is that right?
I'm not so sure that it's clear, but Steve has opened up his observatory and agreed to give us a tour around the observatory. And I thought it might be an idea, as it's open, that always dictates it's going to rain in the UK. So it might be an idea to actually have a look around it pretty quick.
Sure.
Before it does rain. So it's really hand over to Steve Collingwood and go from there.
Okay, Steve.
If it rains, you're fixing it. I don't know any telescope engineers, Gary.
Yeah, they've all retired now.
Yeah, that's me. I'm gonna hideously name drop for a minute and show a picture, just because we've seen loads of great pictures this evening.
Yep.
And I'm gonna, if this will let me, I'm gonna show this. This is, I'll go to my desktop. This is here. You may recognise that as M42.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
So, talk about being lucky to work in the industry that we do, because we are a bit lucky. I've been a telescope builder for 20 odd years and an engineer and all sorts. And I happened to build a telescope for Stephen Hawking once. And that is a live view taken on my iPhone of M42 leaning over Stephen Hawking's back on the night.
Oh, that's crazy.
You can use all the CCD cameras and auto guiding you like. I've beat you with an iPhone.
Actually, my dad has studied in Cambridge University, and he went to a talk with Stephen Hawking. He's physics, of course, but that just I gotta show him this video later on. Now that you've said that.
To be honest, it wasn't the best evening, if I'm honest. It was, yeah, he was hosting a little do for lots of his colleagues, and they were just talking about maths and didn't understand a word of it.
Yeah, but
it was clear. So we got
to see nice telescopes over the years, haven't you? I mean, you do first on shoe, you've worked on there, different bits there, keeping them going.
Yeah, so my hobby, if you like, is keeping the telescopes at the RGO at Hurstmonceau going. So we've got a 26-inch refractor, we've got a 10-inch refractor, we've got a 36-inch Cassegrain, we've got a 36-inch Coude Focus Newtonian, and a 16-inch Meade LX200.
Yeah, the RGO is
Royal Greenwich Observatory, which moved from London to Sussex,
yes,
and then back to London, because that's what you do in the UK. And but the ministry decided to stop using it for research quite some time ago. But then we managed to get it reopened basically as a family science centre. So it's now an organisation called the Observatory Science Centre. You should visit it online. And yeah, we show families the night sky through these historic telescopes.
Beautiful.
Every opportunity. Well,
That's great. That's a bit the same idea that the 48-inch we're redoing, the mirror. They're going to use it at a Great Melbourne Observatory. That's the whole point. If it's not being used for research, it should be used by people.
I must admit, I sort of think it's the best use for it. You know, when you have a queue of 50 kids that are just about to see Jupiter or Saturn for the first time, that's astronomy.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, it's funny because when we normally go down there, it's for events or an evening event or things like that. So you really don't see what they do in the daytime. And we've been fortunate enough a few times to be there for different reasons in the daytime. And it's amazing the amount of kids that go through on the programs down there. It was literally packed the last time that we went down there.
I'll tell you what makes it worthwhile. So the floors in the domes, if you Google it, you'll see the pictures. The floors in the domes are rated to take about 48 people because they were never designed to have a crowd in them. And when you actually have to turn people away until we've gone round the queue, you know, and then, you know, what will happen is when I worked in the telescope shop for a while, you know, people would come up and say, I want to buy a telescope. Oh, why do you want a telescope? We were at the Observatory Science Centre and this guy showed us Jupiter through this massive telescope. And He did swear a bit, but it was really entertaining. And we had this fantastic view. We want one at home. And you can say, that was me.
That is awesome.
And it makes it, you know, it makes it worthwhile. So working in the industry, you know, we're a bit lucky, I think. And I'm lucky enough to now build observatory domes. So in a very low-tech way, we're going to go on a tour of my garden in the dark.
Okay.
You can't criticize the state of it. It goes dark here. I've got the white light on at the minute, so this is what the internet was made for, wasn't it?
That's right.
So there we see
okay.
Interesting. These are traditional domes.
So we build, this is a 2.2 meter fiberglass dome. So in here we have basically just...
Explore Scientific will be selling these domes in the United States.
That's right, you will. We're working on it, and there's news there. So basically what we have, the 2.2 meter dome, we have our own proprietary control system. So we can move the dome left, right. It's fully automated. It's fully ASCOM. We have a remote shutter drive as well. Everything is Bluetoothed in. So let's move that counterweight. I'll hit my head on that later.
Yes.
It's dead easy. Let's be honest. We used to use all the complicated systems, the Shelyaks and the Lesver domes and stuff like that, which are very good. But we put our heads together and thought, wouldn't a one-button system be better? That you don't need information. So we have a self-calibrating dome system. You don't need to know any maths. You press a button, it works it out. We basically use everything from Bluetooth, inductive charging on the batteries, and they're DIY assembly. And that's one of the other things that make them remarkably unique. You can build one in 2.5 hours.
You have a range of sizes?
Hmm?
I was wondering, you have a range of sizes? You have a 2.2 here. Do you have bigger, smaller?
So we do 2.2 and 2.7.
Okay, good to know.
We thought about doing a 3.5, but for the 2 inquiries we get in a year, it isn't really worth the expense.
That's the usual problem. Right now, me and Norm are looking for probably a 4 or a 5 meter, but as you say, it's not exactly a very booming market.
You say, well, no, the smaller ones are.
So yeah, you're right.
We, on average, me and my business partner, Gary Walker, we do, on average, a minimum of a dome a week, every week, and have done for 20 years.
Wow.
So,
that's very good.
There's a lot of domes. But, strangely enough, during COVID, we've been off the scale.
Yes, same for us.
Yeah, it's the ultimate self-isolation product, isn't it, really?
Great. Everybody's at home. Okay, let's work on these astro projects we never finished.
That's very true.
And it is. To be honest, it's one of those accessories.
The man shed.
It is the ultimate man shed. That, you know, it's if you've gone to the expense of buying a decent telescope, you might as well have somewhere decent to put it in. Yeah, it's like having a flash car. Absolutely. Realistically, in a decent car, you want to put it in a garage, don't you?
Especially if you got spot skies.
Yeah. So I mean, this
is probably all ultimate woman shed too.
Oh, yeah, of course, we have non-sexy here, of course, but it's starting to get a bit wet. Palmer, this is your fault.
That's right.
I knew as soon as I said to you, open the dome, yeah, we're going to get it right.
Yeah, so leave this. You can see this from it. This will be closing as we speak. This is entertainment, people.
Yes, it is.
I reckon this is entertainment as well.
There we go. So that's slowly.
It's not very noisy. It's
No.
Sounds quiet.
So you can
Sounds
see that.
amazing.
And that's
So
it.
you can rain sensors on these in the UK, can't you?
Yeah, so let me just get in here so that I don't wake up the young lads next door. To be honest, that was prime internet entertainment. All that needed was some kittens and we'd have been made.
Yes, that's right.
No, you can, it's basically, you can connect them to a weather station, which we're currently working on. So it's an auto close. If the dome loses power to the rotation drive, it automatically shuts the shutter within 15 seconds, but you can change the duration. They're 100% remote. I had planned to actually assign control over the whole thing to anyone that wanted to go. The problem is that I'd have to do it through TeamViewer to the PC,
sure,
because I'm on a Mac, so I don't do computers, and that just crashes it. So I'm not going to go there. But we have, you know, we have regular reports. So a friend of mine that has one phoned me up and said, "Oh, you know, I've just come back from a cruise." Oh well, great. Because a couple of my friends from home texted me to say I'm missing some great dark skies. So I sat in my deck chair, got my iPad, signed into my observatory, opened it, slewed round. I got an hour and a half on M42, and then shut the dome, processed the pictures, and sent them over to him within a few hours. All from the deck of a cruise ship.
Wow.
So, you know, you can technically sign in from anywhere because it's basically a case of just team viewing in or something. It's exactly what Grant does with the Spanish stuff, but you can do in your garden.
Cool.
Right. So Grant, are you still clouded out in Spain?
Unfortunately, yes. It cleared for about 3 minutes during the break earlier, and then it's cloudy again.
I see. Okay. Well, maybe we'll get a hole again. So at this point, I think that we'll go to Mike Simmons, and then we'll jump to Gary Palmer, who can show us some image processing.
Well, fine. I'm not sure what you want me to talk about, but I could use up the next 8 hours, as you know.
Yeah.
So
need to catch up with what's been going on with you, and you know, you've spent you know, more than a lifetime, I think, of doing educational outreach in astronomy. You were the one that really created the concept of the Global Star Party with 100 hours of astronomy. You had 1 million people go around the planet participating in a massive star party as a cornerstone project for the International Year of Astronomy in 2009.
Yeah.
I do not know how many people were over in the history of AWB, how many people you worked with. You might have that number in your head. I'm not sure. You know, you are one of the people that has affected and inspired and has brought together more people under our sky than anyone I know.
Wow, I shouldn't let you talk. I'm embarrassed.
It's true.
You know what that means? It means I'm really old. I've been around a while. Yeah, so 100 hours of astronomy was really amazing. And probably 1 million people, I know at least 500,000, probably 1 million people looked through telescopes in one night, all around the world and most of the countries in the world. I had been doing international astronomy before that, starting with an eclipse, total solar eclipse in Iran, connecting people in the United States and Iran, and I've been there many times now, also in Iraq a couple of times. And that's what led to Astronomers Without Borders, to try and make these connections all over the world. And before that, let's see, LA Astronomical Society in the 70s. Led that. The Griffith Observatory ran a big telescope there. A bunch of people on this have probably looked through. More people have looked through that telescope than any other in the world. And Mount Wilson Observatory for the last 30 years and created a support organization there. So I like to make things like this, but you know, when I found out it was really going to Iran, and I realized, man, they've got a really young population, and they're crazy about astronomy. They don't have any resources. And I realized, man, I can just take what I've done and have a bigger impact here. And then that spread to bigger things. So I don't ever get to look through a telescope anymore. I just make it, things for other people to look through telescopes. In fact, most of the observing I've done for the last 10 years, it's been up in Mount Wilson on the 60-inch, which I'm not going to complain about. That's good, but I don't, I get outside and look up at the Milky Way. I can see a little bit from here. Not lately. I'm in Southern California, so of course we got smoke. So that's what I do now. I'm not with Astronomers Without Borders anymore. I was with it a long time as far as me. I get distracted easily and I go, squirrels or whatever. But I have a lot of other plans now. One was to lead tours to the upcoming eclipses, which I've done for other companies before, and we have a new company to do that. And I was going to take people to Tanzania, do an educational observatory, to Nigeria and other places, because people have always said, man, you go to these neat places, I want to go with you. And I thought, let's do that. Well, it turns out that starting a tour company in 2020 wasn't the best idea. So that's on hold, but we'll see. But it's going to happen. In fact, I invited a couple of people that come along here, Olayinka in Nigeria, and I think she lost her connection. And then Mbante in Cameroon, I think still on here. And people do amazing things around the world. And I love sharing that with others, because it's just like when we do outreach. You want to share what you're passionate about with other people. I mean, just look at this. It's like John Dobson used to say when he first looked through a telescope for the first time. He said, man, everybody's got to see this. And that's what we've all been doing for so long. And sharing the rest of the world, that's pretty cool too, because you can see through astronomy, it's universal, that people are doing this everywhere. They're just as passionate. They're just as smart. That they're really driven. I've been to places where they're doing astronomy outreach in a club. They don't have a telescope. They talk about it. They make posters, and they don't have the opportunities. They don't have the resources. So the I've got so many things I've gotten sucked into now. I can't even describe them all. I will be working on continuing that work in a new organization. It's going to have a particular focus. Before the end of the year, I'm sure, that has to do with continuing that connection between us all and supporting us all, and recognizing that we're all in this together. We're all on the same planet, and trying to educate people about things. I'll mention one other thing that hasn't been announced at all yet. This is with a partner who was waiting for me to have time to work on this. It's a website, but it's reviews for astronomy equipment, and a place where people can find everything and where the industry can share their news. There really isn't a single place like that where you can get reliable things. Cloudy Nights is great, but you don't know who's doing what. That's called astrogeartoday.com, and the website's live, and I think it's polished up good enough for human consumption at this point. And so you can check that out. So that's
live, right?
That's live. It is live now. And if you find any problems with it, let me know, because it's like with a new site. Many other things that I'm involved with having to do with the space community. I've also been involved with space exploration and other things, but more than I can do.
That's true. Well, you've led an adventurous life. You've gone to places, Mike, that many of us might not go to because of perceived danger or whatever. But I've always seen you as a brave soul in educational outreach in astronomy, and you have sacrificed many things in your life to get across this message of one sky that we all share. It is a message of peace, and it is a message of connectedness, and a message of seeing less of the differences between us, and what we have in common. And that is the that's the deep wisdom and philosophy of what you've been doing. And so, I was really pleased to be a little part of that, so that was great.
Scott, you've been a big part of that. You were on the board at the very beginning, and you've always had a big part in, you've been in astronomy for so long, and not just selling scopes. People on this program know, and a lot of people in the audience know, you've been not only a booster, but a supporter of people in the US and all around the world. So yeah, your influence has been really big and will continue to be. And I'm going to suck you into the things I'm doing now too, as you know. I already have a little bit.
Yes, you already have a little bit. That's right. That's right. I wish we could do more. There are times where we run into barriers ourselves, but we keep trying. So
yeah, there are always barriers, but you don't beat your head against the wall. You take another path, go around.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. There's
plenty of things.
The ways to get there. That's right. And so even people that lived in areas where things are really challenged, inspiring them to be creative, to work together with you to get a problem solved is really a big deal. Yeah. And so that's where we're at with that.
Yeah, well, I just have to say that resources, the thing that made things like 100 Hours of Astronomy and Astronomers Without Borders and all the other things I've done work was not money. It was passion. And I have never been involved in something that wasn't all volunteers, or almost all volunteers. The AWB had some staff. And something like 100 Hours of Astronomy, I calculated what it would cost paying amateurs $5 an hour or something like that in order to put on this event. And it was millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And we did it for practically nothing. And all of us that spent a year of our lives organizing this were volunteers. And so it cost everybody. But you know what? They're everywhere. So that passion for astronomy is exactly the same. That really does unite us.
Thank you, Mike. That's great. Well, Gary, I think it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty of some image processing. We grab images when we can, when it's clear, and often when you want to sit down and do a session like this Global Star Party that we're doing, many times we have been clouded out, but sometimes we actually get some data. I think Chalks was able to get a few frames here, so we're going to come to him in a little while. Andreas, you're out there in Sweden. You've been very, very patient. I don't know how late it's getting out there, but we want to see some of your images. John, before we go, you said that you had a question for Mike Simmons.
Mike, I ran across one of your proteges. I didn't realize it. I've been a good friend with him. Do you remember Mark Erweiler? Mark,
oh gosh. Yeah, Mark was staying with us while he was going to college when he was.
Yeah.
When his parents
he's we've reconnected. I've known him off and on for 20 years, but we've reconnected over the last couple of years, and he comes up to the Nebraska Star Party now, and we were sitting around one morning here in July, and then we started talking about where we'd been, what we'd done, and he started talking about Mike Simmons, and I said, "Well, I know Mike." Well, and so he amazing story how you got him along and got him excited about astronomy.
He was passionate as could be. He lived 2 blocks from me.
Yeah.
He was like 13 or 14. His father was wonderful, driving him up the Lockwood Valley where we built the observatory. But this was in the 1970s.
Yeah.
And I used to pick him up and take him up to Griffith Observatory for the LAS meetings and so on. And he's, fabulous guy.
Well, he's doing well. Lives in a little town called O'Neill, Nebraska. He spent, I don't know how many years as a physics chemistry teacher in Kearney, Nebraska. And then he retired here a few years ago. has built his observatory with a 1770, whatever that Coldermere was, observatory. He does public outreach in the little town of O'Neill, Nebraska, and just has a blast. So
he's got a good
I'll tell him hi when I see him next.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a weird feeling when the kids that you were helping out are retired.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I'm known as the grandpa now when I go out and talk to kids. But anyway, okay, enough on Matt for now.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, Gary, I'm going to give you the stage here.
Thank you.
Share your screen.
Yeah, let me just run into Shin's screen share and hopefully we can shrink this down and move everything out of the way. Okay.
Yeah, I got to get a pen and paper. Knowledge, must know.
I'm just going to close a couple of these boxes down because I was actually hunting around for some reasonably clear solar, but that isn't normally the case in the UK. We do get odd days that are nice. But what I wanted to look at was just processing up some sunspots, some closer up images taken in hydrogen alpha. So this is the actual video. And as you can see by other standards or other country standards, it's not the clearest video in the world. But with a bit of careful processing, you can produce some quite good images from something like this. So I know in a lot of places, a lot of people go, oh, the scene's really bad or there's cloud there. It's still worth a shot, yeah, because the software these days takes into account a lot of bad seeing and things like that. The camera's frame rate, yeah, if it's at a higher speed, it will allow you to remove a lot of these frames that are poor from the image. So the idea is to run through some of this and just really see what we come up with. So the first piece of software we're going to use for the video, which I've already loaded it into, is AutoStacker. Now, when we've got these poor videos, I have found that AutoStacker 3 does fail sometimes on the stacking. And that is because it's actually picking up the seeing going past the sun. It's picking up our atmosphere. If you get a nice steady seeing, then AutoStacker 3 is very fast these days and it's very capable. But we're just finding that AutoStacker 2 is a lot more stable to do it in or to process images when there's a poor seeing. So what we need to do with this is set a couple of things up. So once the video is loaded, yeah, we're going to click on the improved tracking, click on the global, and just get a few things set. We also need to really decide on how many frames. Now here, because I'm working on a 4K screen, it's only just showing, but there's 1,010 frames in the set. Wow. So because the scene is poor, we're going to cut down on the amount of frames. Now normally I'd like a little bit more. The more frames that are there, the more depth the image has got. But what we're going to do is stack 200 out of the 1,000 frames. So the first thing we need to do is find a reasonably good frame. So as we move the slider through here, you can use your mouse wheel to scroll to some frame like that one there. So we're seeing the structures inside the actual sunspot and some more clarity in the light bridges that run through. Once we've got that frame, all we do is hit analyze. Software goes away. Faster your computer is, the faster it works. This is coming off of a hard drive, so it will be a little bit slower than what it is normally, but it doesn't take long. Away it goes. So you can already see it's taken into account on the edge here how the image has been moving around. So it's going to stabilize the main image itself already. As I've said before, the quality graph I pay no interest to in the UK. It works well in other countries, but it's not really taking into account the seeing conditions here. So what we need to do next is set this up on our alignment points and how many. On images taken with this sort of size of camera, average planetary camera, I use somewhere around 104 for the alignment points, and then just click place on the grid. Once they're placed on, We're going to send this into Registax afterwards to do the sharpening or the wavelets or whatever you want to call it. So in this particular piece of software, if we have Registax open, we can tell it after it's processed to send it straight through. So we're going to stack the image, and once it's stacked, it automatically goes straight through to Registax for us to do a little bit more work on. That's it. So we open up Registax now. I'm going to open up full screen and show the full image so that we can actually see what's going on. So we can see the stack line problems around the edge there. We're not worried. We're going to crop those off. And when you get in this close, you will get some vignetting on the systems, or you will get the camera not quite see and the movement on the edge of the image. But we're not really worried on that. What we're interested in is the sunspot and any of the active area here down this area. So if we double tap on the sunspot, that makes that area of the screen active. And then all we're going to do on this side is set up our initial layer, and then we're going to adjust some sliders to sharpen the image. The main thing with the initial layer is to think that if I was imaging with a smaller solar scope, something like a 50mm, 60mm, maybe a PST, the initial layer would probably need to be on 1. If we run the initial layer up to 2 and we start adjusting the wavelet layers, then we're going to get all sorts of problems with the image being over-processed or look too sharp. So for this image, it's quite high powered. I know that it was about a 7-meter focal length that we went into the sun on this image. And even in poor conditions, we're still producing something there. So we want an initial layer of 3. We set our wavelet scheme to linear, and then a wavelet filter of default. And then again, I just use slider 2 on here. Don't touch the other sliders. Just bring it up about 1/3, something like that. Have a look at the image, and then we'll adjust. So that's a little bit over the top. Just going to go back a little bit on there, and then we click double. Okay.
Looks so easy when you do it.
So just going to go back a little bit more on that. It's just a touch noisy. I can certainly see the noise on my screen anyway. So just going to go back a little touch there. And we're going to save that out. So I'm just literally going to save it to the desktop just so it's nice and easy to find.
You make this look so easy.
It is. So.
And you don't even have these great skies. It's crazy.
No,
that's the great part.
This is about making the most of what we've got. So we're going to edit this up in Photoshop now, and we're just going to trim it up and make it look a bit nicer. So I'm going to trim the edges off. You always get the stack lines there on nearly all images. So we crop that out. And then we've got a couple of ways we can go about this. This depends on the dynamics of the image. If you want the image to hold a lot of scientific data, then really we just need to contrast this image or adjust the levels on it basically, just to make it a little bit darker and a little bit more contrasty and bring the areas in. But what we're looking at here is keeping the detail in and around the light bridge. That would be more a scientific shot, and then maybe some sharpening. So we could go into this. I always run a despeckle on this because the wavelets can leave some residual noise across the top, and we can just run a real simple filter on this, just an unsharp mask. Yeah, bring the sunspot into view, and then adjust it accordingly to whatever you want. And just a bit of contrast again. Use the legacy mode, and that will pull out the white areas. So that would be more a scientific based image. That would be the simplest way to do that. If you want something a bit more artistic, and you like to have a bit more depth in the image, then you can we can turn the image into an 8-bit image, and we can turn it into grayscale. Now with the grayscale, we can run in there and use HDR toning. And now we can make the image look a lot more dramatic.
Yeah.
And we can bring back the overexposure here and play around with these settings till our heart's content, till we get what we like in the image. The only thing with this is you will darken up the areas here. You could play around and mask them, but with the light bridges, you generally end up getting into issues with really destroying the light bridges too much. So you can play around with the gamma levels in here, and we could play around with the histogram if we wanted. Yeah, so we could get this in and we could put all the histogram around, set some markers on it and play around with it and do really whatever we want. Depends on what your personal choice is. If we were just contrasting this up on the levels, nice and straightforward.
It's beautiful.
Bring it in there, and then I'm just going to put a curve on it, providing I can see it. There we go.
I have a question. Do you reckon you can do the same with PixInsight, or Photoshop is really the tool?
Can.
Okay.
I do PixInsight, but also, and I actually process a lot of my images in PixInsight and planetary images and things like that. But
Really?
A lot of people, can't afford it, don't want to pay for it. Or
I paid for it, but I can't get these results. I have PixInsight, and seeing you work around Photoshop, I think there's similar stuff in PixInsight you can do, but I guess you just have the knack for it.
Well, he's done it for years.
Each picture really takes, it's very hard to sort of set out a routine, because each image, if you're imaging from a country like this, is going to be totally different. Yeah. That high cloud can cause you lots of problems with, so I'm just going to do the despeckle again, and then we're just going to sharpen it. I'm going to use Astro Image just as a plug-in, give me a slightly nicer sharpen on the image. I've already got some presets in there. We're just going to run that on the image. That's it. Now, if I wanted some colouring now, it's nice and straightforward. We now go to grayscale, and then we're going to adjust it to duotone. And here we can make our colours to whatever we want. We can add these colours in. I use a tritone palette, so we've always got black in the image, and I generally use a light orange and a light yellow, but you could pick whatever colours you want, literally. Yeah, you can go through the colour chart, go into yellows, you could turn it full yellow, green, red. The world's your oyster with the colours. So we'll go back to something like that, add the colour in, and then we need to turn it back to an RGB image for Photoshop to recognise it. And now we can play around, we can adjust the colour balance on this to really whatever we want. So I can have really whatever shading I decide on this. Now, what you have to remember is if you're using the hydrogen alpha filter, it's in the red area. The more red you add in, the less detail you see. So if I start adding in red here, you'll see all of the detail starting to disappear. So you have to be quite careful with the reds as you're adding them in. They're a little bit at a time. So really whatever choice you want, and then just contrast the image. If we use a legacy contrast on it, you'll be able to deepen the colors.
Yes. I've often heard people talk about the high cost of PixInsight, and just from hearing that, I thought that PixInsight must cost $2,000 or $3,000 or something.
It's $300 about.
It's under.
It's not expensive, but
it's quite affordable.
I found this before. People have spent $5,000 on equipment, no problem whatsoever.
Sure.
But software, they seem to be wanting to use free software like Deep Sky Stacker and GIMP and other things.
Right.
Now, with colouring of the images, there's lots of arguments on this, and I do agree with some of this. I like to see colour images, but I also know that they hide lots of detail going on in here. And that is the problem with the colour image. Yeah, so if we go back on this, yeah, and we just adjust the blacks in the image, just let me make it a RGB again.
Yeah, mono is always going to be more
Selected
contrasted.
color and just bring black in for a second. It just darken it up a little bit and just contrast it. There we go. We can start to see things like element bombs and other things around the sunspots, and there's lots of things going on in the image all the time. But also image rotation. Certain cameras are quite wide and more letterbox style, what we call letterbox style. So they're very narrow in the way they display the image. So sometimes it is better to rotate the image around, and the eye will give you a better view. So if we rotate this something like that, yeah, now we start to see the detail that's going on in the image, and I'll just shrink that to fit in the screen. So now we can see the structures, you can see any of the element bombs hanging around, and we can see some of this area here. And you could go in there and just brighten that very slight area in the sunspot, so you can see some of the connecting structures. But that's a simple way of processing up sunspots where you can retain some detail and make it look like a carpet, really. Is the easiest way of
Carpet.
Explaining that.
Beautiful. That's awesome.
Just mastery right there.
I like having Gary Palmer show image processing, because I'm an old darkroom guy. Okay, I used to love going into the darkroom and developing film and developing prints and stuff, and to see somebody that has mastered processing, I see that as an incredible skill, and to bring all that data out of those light frames that you're capturing through the telescopes and cameras is really quite a craft. And so, I got to take my hat off to Gary. If he was benchmarked against, the best artistic black and white photographers of, the 60s, 70s, and 80s, he would be held right up there. He's quite good. So it's cool to do it live in front of us here at the Global Star Party. Okay, who have we not gotten to yet? Okay, we've done Steve and Gary and we have not. Steve Ibbotson, what do you have to show us out there? You're muted.
First, yeah. I'll get the hang of it in about 20 years' time, I think. Share screen. That one to start with, I think. This is what I do for a living.
Oh, wow.
Mobile planetarium. Well, cool. I did until earlier this year, with skills not being there and COVID, etc. I haven't been doing the planetarium, unfortunately. So that's what was.
But this was for school children, right? And
mainly school children. I've done from preschool up to senior citizens within the dome, which can be interesting, getting the younger and the older tip over the zip, the sort of step on the edge of the dome without tripping.
Right.
We have to explain that sort of thing, tripping hazards and stuff like that. I think my record was about 52 kids in there, which was, don't tell the insurance company, the smaller kids in there, but generally a class of about 35 in there. Probably the longest show I've done is about, off the cuff, 2 hours in a rather small space. It gets a bit stuffy after a while, so yeah. So that's what I do. But what I did want to show you actually was the images. Perhaps go to. Is that showing up?
We're still seeing your.
Right. So do I have to stop share and then reshare?
Perhaps. Yes.
Share screen again. That one. Share.
So what inspired you to go buy a dome and start doing this?
Well, actually, many years ago, when I was at school, the chemistry kit teacher ran an astronomy club, lunchtime one, and he also did evening classes. And we sort of blagged our way in. We weren't supposed to be there because we weren't old enough.
I see.
For the evening classes. And Dennis was my teacher, my chemistry teacher in school. And when he retired, took early retirement, he started a mobile planetarium. And the plan was, or our plan at the time was, I was going to buy him out when he finished, when he retired. Unfortunately, I got made redundant from what I was doing, which was working in civil engineering, before Dennis was ready to retire. So I bought my own dome and started that 21 years ago this year.
Okay.
So I've been doing it a while, and basically it's been semi-retirement for me because, to be honest, I very, very rarely call it work.
That's right, because you love it.
I enjoy doing it.
You love
it. Interaction with some of the kids is brilliant.
That's
some questions they ask, because they're not inhibited like we are when we get older. So they'll ask anything. That's what they want to know, which is great.
That's right. That is cool.
Yeah.
So it keeps you, I think, when I interact with kids in teaching astronomy, no matter how old those kids might be, I find that you can see them kind of opening up, and their minds are filled with wonder, and you can tell they're actually really engaged in learning something, and that is it's fantastic to see that happen, and it helps you also learn more. So it's a very much a
especially if they ask you something you don't know.
Right.
And you turn around and you say,
that's right. They ask you.
You just say you don't know.
Right.
You ask to get the class's details or school details and say, I don't know, but I'll find out and I'll let you know.
That's the best answer. It's
learn.
That's it.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'll figure it out and come back to you.
Here's the worst answer: pretending that you know and making something up, and then there's always someone in the crowd that knows the real answer.
Correct. That's why you got to be humble and just keep on learning.
That's right. You don't know. You could have a fifth grader absolutely blow you away. So,
yeah. Right. I don't pretend to be any good at solar imaging, but I do tend to do full disc because I find it easier doing than doing the high res, especially with the small scope I use. So this was from earlier this week, the 9th. So a few filaments, a tiny little spot there, I think, down at the bottom, and a few proms around the edge. That's a false color.
Of course, very tranquil days with the sun these days.
Yeah. You can say that.
Oh, there's a little activity right there.
The prompts is good.
When you play with different colors and contrasts and flip things around a bit, you can see a bit more around the edge. And of course, when you zoom in them, something like that, I did have a little tinker zooming in.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's what I did. And I'll stop sharing with this one. I'll wrap this up quickly. Share screen. And I'll just show you what I've been playing with from. Can you see that? No, you can't.
Yeah, that's a Crescent C30.
Yeah. NGC 688.
Caldwell 30 something.
With the dual rig. I was hoping to do a bit of live stuff with from tonight. That's hydrogen
Where
alpha.
do you broadcast?
Sorry?
Do you broadcast your live streams? Yeah. You said you have a dual rig. Do you do live shows?
I have done in the past. I did stuff on what was it, Night Sky Network?
Night Sky Networks. That's why I go usually.
Some years ago, yeah, I used to do that. But solar, mainly solar. But I done a few bits with YouTube, doing the entire Mercury transit from about 5 meters from where I'm sat now. Yeah. Oh, sorry, not the entire one, because the roof nebula got in the way.
The roof
nebula. The roof nebula.
That's a really good one.
So I'm playing with this one. This is a combination of the old FS type FS 102 with the QSI camera on it, and the William Optics 132 with the old SX694 camera on the back. And there's a couple of nights worth of data there, and hopefully I'll get something reasonable out of it when I've finished, because that's just a stack. I haven't done any real processing on that yet.
That looks pretty good as a stack. So
I might
not
have
too worried.
overblown it. I might have overblown it at the bottom. The subs might have been a bit too low, but you never know. I'll pull it back a bit. It's good to be self-critical, I think.
Correct.
So that's what I'm working on at the moment. So if anybody wants a planetarium show, I do very reasonable rates, but for you guys in the States or down in Australia, the travel might be a bit on the expensive side.
Might be, maybe. That's why we're doing the Global Star Party.
Exactly.
That's right. No plane tickets here. That's right.
That's right.
That's very cool. That's a beautiful image.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I'll stop the share, I think.
Okay.
I'll go back to you. Okay. Thank you.
Sounds very good. Okay. Chucks, Shailendra, what have you got to share with us?
Hi, so I've managed to get some clear skies. Just for some of the guys that probably don't know me, I've only been doing this for 4 or 5 months. I'm just sorting this camera, take this camera with me. So I've only just started getting going, and I've had a couple of issues over the last couple of days.
Okay.
Can you?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
There's M51.
Comments down there. Mm-hmm.
It's going now. I was having pulse guiding issues, but that seems to have gone now.
That's M51?
Yep.
Great. Great.
So I'm doing 3-minute subs.
Uh-huh. And how many subs do you have so far?
So far we're on the 6th one at the moment.
Okay.
On this one, but this is the second one I've started, so I've got 6 from before. So it's not looking too bad at the moment.
Nope.
The skies seem to have cleared up. I've managed to do a little bit more on my image processing. I've just been sort of looking around the sky, seeing what there is, because I'm probably on less than Libby's scale at the moment, really. I don't really know where anything is, so I'm using Stellarium to help me figure out where I am and what's up there, and also the mobile phone sky tracker apps. So there's M57 that I took.
Oh, yeah.
10 subs without docks or flats, just processed in Cyril. I've zoomed in a little bit on that one. And then that's my M27 that I took, but that was in a Bortle 4. So I'm in a Bortle 6/7 at the moment. So that's the only one I've managed to get there, because otherwise clouds came in, water went. This is M101. This one I did a couple of days ago.
Oh, yeah.
12 subs.
Yeah.
So yeah, and there's my Andromeda.
And
that's probably one of the nicest ones I've got. And an M51 I didn't really process very well, so I'm waiting for these ones to come out and see where I can get with the processing on that.
Sure.
So, but I'm only doing light processing, stretches, curve stretches and level adjustments, because I haven't really looked into anything else at the moment. So fingers crossed I'll be able to get some good data tonight and go from there.
Yeah, so that's great. Now, Shailendra, it seems that you really enjoy imaging galaxies. Is that so, or do you just like to image anything?
Yeah, galaxies. I've tried some nebulas. I tried the Wizard Nebula, but I think I only got 20 shots of that one. And to be honest, I didn't really get any nebulosity, so my camera's not modified. That's what I got from the Wizard Nebula. That's just a TIFF file. So I didn't get any nebulosity in there, really. I tried to pull some out, and I don't think I got very far. So I think I put it on Facebook, and a lot of people said to me that what I need to do, I need to get a lot more data for the Wizard Nebula. So that's M27 was one that I wanted to get, which was, I Googled, the top 10 beginner astrophotography targets. And then I started to try and tick those off.
A great target to work on when you start, for sure.
Yeah, cheers. So I've just been trying to figure out what targets are going to fit in my field of view. I didn't think M57 was going to be that small, and I've zoomed in on that. So that's what it looks like, really. I tried the Cat's Eye Nebula a couple of days ago as well, and I think that was even smaller than that. So
yeah, but you're picturing a big, huge field, and so sometimes even if you got something small, there is faint nebulosity around those objects as well. And so if you just keep shooting, keep stacking, you're going to eventually. It seems like you can almost shoot anywhere in the sky, and it's hard to avoid getting into some nebulosity somewhere.
Yeah, I think because I'm using an unmodified camera as well, I think that probably doesn't help. So that'll be next on the list. Is get
a cool camera will help you out.
Yeah, you get the cool camera, you get some narrowband filters, and are you? How close are you to the city?
About 20 miles out from London.
Okay.
So it's a Bortle 6 is what it says on the FLO map.
It's pretty good. It's fine.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Some of my images have been coming out white recently because I think since COVID's finished, there's a lot more light pollution around. Neighbours turning their lights on, garden lights going on, and cars going past. Before I could image, and after 10 o'clock, there was no cars going past at all. Whereas now, I was out there at 2 o'clock in the morning, and there was cars going past all night, really. So that's made it a little bit more of a challenge to check the data before I process it, but that's fine. There's other ways to do it. Just takes a little bit longer, right?
You've got Orion coming up now. Yeah, so that the whole area of Orion's up by sort of 2 a.m. And with the nights extending now, you're going to find loads and loads of things in that area that you can image, and you'll get a lot of detail for short exposures. Using any imaging system, really.
It's a really great target to start with.
Yeah, that's on the list. I think
nebula there, even with a color camera, you'll still get lots of detail in it. The flame, all of those areas around there, and they're good practice things. They're good things to work on where you're trying to keep the core or the trapezium area of maybe Orion nice, and then bring out the subtle detail in the outer edges. So
no, that is on the list, definitely Orion. Just I couldn't see it yet. I figured out on Stellarium using the date and time and forwarding. By about 4 or 5 o'clock, I'd be able to see it. So I might wait up for that and see.
Yeah,
move the telescope out
around that time at the moment. Still, that's the only problem. But it's there, and there's lots of other targets around it. Even the Rosetta Nebula will fit in that field of view. That's up a bit higher. That's going to start coming up soon. So there's lots of things
Rosetta is. I've been trying to get Rosetta because it's over there somewhere, and Saturn and Jupiter because they're over there. But I live in the middle of a forest, so those big pine trees have just blocked my field of view completely.
Nebula trees.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
so I need to find somewhere that I can go where it's a little bit. So I've joined the local astronomy club because this is my second star party ever, and they've both been virtual with you guys. So next step is join the local astronomy club, try and go and learn from those guys as well, and find some local sites that I can shoot from rather than front or back of the garden.
Yeah, but even in the light polluted areas, you can still get a lot. I mean, I used to live literally 15 miles outside London, not far from where you are.
Okay.
And we were imaging all the time there. It's just about cutting exposure times down to counterbalance the light pollution or using different filters. And most of the targets we're getting, some of the fainter targets you're not going to get, but most of the general popular targets you get some good detail on it.
Yeah, I mean, I tried Spindle Galaxy yesterday, and even on a 3-minute image, I could see it. It was quite clear. I've done M81, and I've got some better shots of that. But again, just clouds. You know, I was sitting there and I was thinking, oh, look, it looks great. And 30 minutes into shooting, all I heard was ping, ping, ping. And I was like, oh, no.
That's imaging in the UK for you.
Yeah. Even
Canada's
tonight,
a bit better, but not that much.
But
Yeah.
the thing is to cut down on the light pollution, is to cut the imaging times down. And that is to run around the 60 seconds and take more shots. So you're getting less light pollution coming onto the sensor. And that doesn't matter what camera you're using. That is the real way to counteract it. If you get a gold camera, one of these CMOS cameras, you can run 30-second images and just take more and more of those.
Exactly.
And your data's there, but you're getting less problems with that light pollution.
Yeah, because I was looking at filters as well. But I watched a couple of videos on filters, and again, it's a minefield. There's so many out there.
I think the worst
CLS ones and L Pro and God knows what else.
I think the worst filters are CLS filters. Everybody jumps for those, and if you've got like Canon cameras, DSLR cameras, they really get hit by the CLS filter, and you're actually removing a lot more data. And that's the problem. I mean, when I was in London, I used one of my favourite filters was the Barda L Pro, I think it was. It was something like an L Pro filter. It's a neodymium L Pro filter, and that was really good. You could use that on any camera.
Okay.
Fantastic filter. But I have found some of these other ones coming out over the last few years are quite harsh. They really do hit the colouring, and then you can't draw anything out. You've got your object there, but it's really quite faint. So I always say the same thing with equipment. If you're not sure on it, have a look around. When somebody suggests it, type it into Google and then go to images. And the first 20 images will be of the product, and all of the other images will be of what have been taken. And Google is searching all the different forums and groups and things like that. And you can make your own mind up there. Because what's good for one person isn't good for the next person. That's the key thing with this. Their skies are different, their equipment's different, or their knowledge is different in their processing. So it's really a case of having a good look around on the websites and seeing what comes up for these different filters.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks. I've been looking on, was it Astro Bin, I think, at people's images, one of those. And I've been doing exactly that, looking through. And I think Optolong L Pro seems to come out quite favourably, which looks quite nice.
Definitely a good filter. I've got one here. I find, for me, my skies are quite dark, so it counterbalances that sometimes. Yeah, so then it's actually removing data. But I can still clip light pollution here. And sometimes I've run with the cheapest light pollution filter possible. Literally a £12 Skywatcher, £20 Skywatcher filter, and we just put that on the camera and it knocks it back.
I mean,
you're getting the images come through. So it really is a case of
good.
Not about spending lots of money.
Yeah. Well, as you know, I'm still using beginner gear. You know, it's not even
that's part of it. We're all there. You know, I think the easier thing now is with the internet and with social media, you've got the information there. You know, whereas before a lot of it was costing money and trial and error. You know, and I bet there's a few people on the panel here that have bought lots of things over the years that they wish they hadn't, and you know, it didn't get used and it got sold on. You know, or it went under the bed or in the cupboard. You know, that's part and parcel. But very, you know, get the information on stuff and get good information on the stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Gary, I'd like to go to waiting. They have images they'd like to share. Who would like to go first?
I wouldn't mind.
Okay. All right, you go.
All right. So coming back a bit to the subject of shorter exposures in light pollution, I had the problem for a couple of years. I was living in Montreal and then in the neighborhood of Montreal in Canada. So I have like a Bordeaux 9 sky at first and then a Bordeaux 7 sky, which was a little improvement. So I've dabbled around, and I didn't join any Astro Club until my third year in the hobby. Of course, I read all over, so I started learning on my how to produce images from light polluted skies, and I figured out that with a lot of help and reading and some figuring out, I figured out that short exposures would be the way to go for light polluted skies. And I've produced some quite decent images out of live sessions that I used to do on Night Skies networks, as Mr. Steve Ibbotts was talking about earlier. And if I can share my screen. And the important part to remember are not more than 10 to 20 minutes integration of data. Meaning that I'm using 8-second exposures, 4-second exposures, 15 seconds exposures. That's it. And these are all shot off some alt azimuth mount. So you don't, So you don't have the rotation because of the short exposures getting involved. Of course, over the time, I've gradually increased my gear, even if it's still AAs. It was still a 14-inch me back then. And I also have a Raza 8-inch on a Azimuth EQ6 from Skywatcher. But the results are quite surprising when you get the stack out and you go into PixInsight and you play a bit with it. And this is the kind of stuff I was getting. I don't know if everybody's seeing that right now. This M27, everybody knows that. So this is basically a 10-minute total exposure integration, for 8 seconds. And I got, I think it's 800 seconds, a little bit more than, is that it? 896 seconds of 8-second exposures. And this is the result I got. Of course, this is no Gary Palmer stuff. You don't get all the outside nebulosity and everything, but for a live show, to inspire people, it's pretty good,
Yes,
it's really good. There's a lot of nice detail in there, and such short exposures. But this does fall back to what I've said in the past, that you get what you pay for in the software, and
Correct.
Programs like PixInsight are just so powerful.
This is what you get.
Things like this 5 years ago with that amount of exposures was really, really hard. And
Correct.
now this software is allowing you to do that.
Correct. And the PixInsight one, it's the program I use for that one. And to be honest, my routine, it's literally routine. I know you don't do much of routines because the skies change a lot, like you said. And if you want to be perfect, you need to adjust every time. That's basically running a routine of 10 steps. Takes me about 15 minutes per image after the night I'm done. So the live image doesn't look like that. It's pretty close, but it's not like that. Then I run it through my 10 steps and I get this result. And I always thought it was satisfying to run like marathons of deep sky objects, like 10, 15 per night. So this is basically, I think what I'm going to show you today is about maybe 3 days worth of data. So the next one is the C4, Caldwell 4. Not so much to see there as usual. Gary would tell probably that you can get a lot more data out of there, but the bright center of the actual C4 is still there, and it's still another 10 minutes of data. So for faint nebulosity, short exposures are not necessarily the best, but you still can get the core of the nebula, which is still great to see if it's the first time around. But for galaxies, it's actually pretty convincing. Like the next one I have is I think it's the Deer Lick C30. This is what I got after 15 minutes of data.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
I love galaxies. Look at all the structure.
Yeah, and the thing with the structure, it's the trick is there is, okay, short exposure won't let you go as deep, but since you're negating all the mount movement, the imperfection of your mount, the wind, the vibrations, your image turns out to be pretty sharp when you're running short exposure.
You see a lot of structural detail around the center of the galaxy there.
And it's not data. It's really because it's just sharp because there's no movement, almost no vibration, no seeing. Well, of course you still have seeing in your way, but not as much as if you're exposing over 3 minutes, right?
Yeah. What camera are you using?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. If you want to do short exposure photography, you really got to go down the sensitive way. I was running a ASI 294 Pro, cool, right? And I know I've just checked out, and they're probably putting out a mono camera next year or this year. That's going to be some fun as well, because I also do appreciate mono images as well.
Hugo, there's a person asking a question. He wants to know what the time on the subs there on this particular galaxy.
This one was 8 seconds. I swear to God, brother.
Only 8 seconds.
8 seconds.
How many
About,
subs?
It was 150 subs. Maybe, let me check. Maybe I have it in the details. This is a Flickr. It's a free one. 107 frames.
Wow.
Okay. Off of F6 system at 14-inch.
Very
and
nice.
the gain was probably at 350 on the camera.
Mm-hmm.
It's, of course, I shoot darks and flats, everything, but I keep it short, really.
It's just so interesting at the moment to be around where this technology is here that you're able
It's getting there. It's getting there. It's really getting there. And for now, the 294 Pro is the best one-shot color you can figure out for achieving these images in like 20 minutes, right? 15 minutes or whatever. Again, here, I think it's M98. I'm not sure. Just a small image I got after about 100 frames as well. 101 frames here. I don't remember the exact call. Maybe it's M98. I'm not sure.
Now, Hugo, these are all shot in alt-az?
Yeah, because of 8 seconds exposure. You don't even have to worry. The rotation of the image at that focal length, at that point in the sky, it doesn't overlap on 1 pixel with 8 seconds, right? So basically, whatever you point in the sky, you have different timings that you got to respect.
Sure.
And the higher, I think, the faster you need to shoot, and the lower you need to shoot a little bit longer. You get to shoot a little bit longer. These are all shot about at 40 degrees, so I could go 8 seconds and you would never see a star actually full field rotation. Sorry. So I got a couple of these. I'll just pass them through. This is M98 actually. Sorry. Some decent amount of detail for something like that. This M94, really liked it.
Look at that.
The structure is there because you're doing short exposure. You got really sharp images, but the external structure, the deep stuff, of course, you don't get. So what I'm doing now actually is I've moved up in the world. I'm getting rigs that can expose for longer. I haven't had the time yet, and I want to do hybrid pictures of the core shot at short exposure and the outer structure shot and longer exposures to get some of these details out.
Sure.
But slow process. I'm still learning. Now I'm doubting myself. Said M98 a couple of times, but anyway, that might be it. I should have taken them down. I didn't have the time over here.
Yeah.
So this M51, we all know this one. This was also, all these were 8-second shots. What about the 100? Yeah.
That's a spectacular shot.
That one, I think I went a little bit more, maybe 200 frames. I just want to check. Yeah, I got 200 frames on that one of 8 seconds. That's about 1,600 seconds, which means in our case, not more than 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, actually it's 25 minutes. Sorry.
It's really beautiful.
So if you don't have an EQ and you can track the sky, my point is you can get something done if you got the right camera for it.
Right.
This is a Pillow Nebula, I believe. Pillow Galaxy, sorry. This is the Hamburger. Same technique, everything. Just fast exposures.
Yeah.
A bunch of them. A couple of twins here in the Virgin area.
Mm-hmm.
M106, a little bit higher in sky. I got some anglo here from the gain, as you can see.
Bar in it, really nice. It's good.
It's all right. It's good.
It's good.
It's M101, but it's a really close shot, so I should have went for 15 seconds on this one. I'm missing some of the deeper stuff here.
There's still lots of detail in these.
It is. There's a lot of detail. It's very sharp, but the exterior is not all there. But I'm very pleased with that, and it's very satisfying to do that, like 10 images at night, right?
Right.
What you might like to hear is that there's actually a 294 mono on the horizon.
I know. That's what I was saying earlier. I got a little bit. I got some sweats from seeing that the other night.
You could actually run over these in the future with a 294 mono.
Yeah, and just add the color.
And go back over the top of them with a longer luminance. And that would be a lot more detail in them.
That would definitely do the trick for sure. I got a couple more and then I'll leave you guys. This one I really like the structure in it that I got. The M64 black eye.
That's the black eye. That's a great. Yeah, I love that. I love that.
So
too.
short exposure have their shortcomings, like you can say, but definitely sharp subs you get from that.
Even on long exposures, it's not an easy target, that. But when you do get it right, it's amazing how far out the galaxy goes. Because quite often
about double what I got there from what I saw.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't get the same core detail from trying these long exposures.
Okay.
Or well, with my experience, I think maybe some really good guys out there with the best of the best mounts out there may be able to get it. But
Hugo, you love new galaxies. What do you think about when you're imaging these distant galaxies? I mean, is it about distance? Is it about
that's a
flight? Is it what gets you? Why are you doing this?
I'm going to go back to one of the earlier speakers and saying it's something that brings us all together in the sense that you can look out there and figure out that we're just, nothing really. and it brings me peace to know that I got good hopes for a human race, but at the same time, when I look at these galaxies out there, I'm like, okay, we're probably not the only life out there. So there's hope everywhere, right?
That's right.
It's something that I really think is mind-blowing to know that there's no soul ball's chance in hell that we're alone out there. So from the Drake equation, or if you guys like physics, I don't know. I'm a guy that likes physics in general, and astrophysics is a major thing that I like to read about. And I'm convinced that there's things out there. So just to image their home from very, 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 very far away is really fun for me. And I have a lot of emphasis on galaxies, like you said, but I do other things. I got Orion in shots that are pretty good later on.
Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you.
You tell me when I have to be done with my images, because I cut a couple of these like that. This is the needle. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop the galaxies now. I'm just gonna show you one last thing that I really love. Planetary nebulas are easy to shoot also in short exposure.
Okay.
You can get really interesting. Oh, maybe just the eagle first. So that was, I think that's 8 seconds as well.
Wow.
And that's 84 frames.
That's great.
Not perfect, but it's pretty good.
It's not about that. It doesn't really matter whether it's perfect. You know, even when you've been doing it a long time and you've got the best equipment in the world,
Yeah.
you can still look at other images and somebody's got a clearer sky than you or something else.
Look
and
at
you
that.
look at that and go, oh, you know, that image is better than what I've taken. You know, so it's about what you enjoy. And that,
Oh
that is
man, I enjoyed the process, everything about it. The process of gathering, the process of playing with the image. I try to keep it as scientific as possible. You were talking about earlier about scientific and being more artistic. I try to keep it more scientific, but the process itself is just soothing. It's just relaxing to me to like acquire old photons from who knows where, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely something I enjoy.
That's right. That's so cool.
So that's Eskimo we got in the north, right? And that's M13 that was talked earlier. I really like the short exposures. These ones are 4 seconds because 4 seconds you really can go in there and find the detail of the and go for the detail of these small stars in there. Not the most unblurry image I've done, but it's all right. And I wanted to finish with the M42 because I read somewhere and I read an article about Hubble finding the protoplanets or the protoplanetary disks around some stars. There are 7 of them apparently in M42, and I managed to go in there and with short exposures, I think 2 or 4 seconds.
Oh, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah, and I figured out to how to actually observe those protoplanetary disks, and they're right here.
Oh wow, look at that.
So I don't know if you see as well. I'm seeing them, but definitely. And I counter-checked Hubble images, and I was like, okay, that's crazy. That okay, the gear I'm using for this one is 14-inch. Of course, it's not cheap gear. It's some good gear, but at the same time, the fact that I can reproduce some images that are not close but good enough to identify these protoplanets, to me, is just mind-boggling.
The reason why most people don't get this is because they're more interested in the wings of Orion. Yeah, and the other day around it, and they're always overexposed the trapezium area.
Correct.
You know, when you look at, like, say, over the next 4 months, all of the Orion images will start coming online.
They'll be all wide shots, correct?
Yeah, and most of the cores are white. That's.
I want to read comments here, guys.
Yeah, sure.
From the chats. Eduardo Simone says, I actually agree with that statement. The process is just relaxing. Book Davies says, that's part of what gets me. It takes thousands, millions, billions, sometimes billions of years sometimes for that light to get caught up in my telescope. And those photons are mine alone. So it's, you know, people have like this sacred moment of communion. And a lot of people, they don't know how to articulate it, or they don't want to say it or whatever, but they actually have these special moments that, you know, with their telescope alone in the dark, or their mind can slow down a little bit and they're, you know, doing their astronomy. And
it's definitely a me time for sure.
Yeah. Yes. And to be able to share it with images is very special. So
I don't really share my stuff.
You are right now. You're sharing with the whole world. So
that's the UFO. I like that one as well.
Yeah, that's cool.
Anyway, so that's pretty much it for what I had to show tonight. It's just showing that there's different ways to get these photos on pictures. Short exposure photography with the new technologies, like Gary said, are really coming up the alley, and there's possibilities that are going to be incredible. And working with Norm, with these fast, big, huge telescopes at f3, f3.5.
Yeah.
In the next 2 years, right now I'm working. I work for Norm, and I also work. I'm a contractor. I work as a consultant in system engineering for some other companies in the Middle East. And in the next 2 years, I'm going to try that technique, but with one of Norm's telescopes. And when I do, I'll make sure to warn you guys.
Very. You'll have to come back and show us.
Absolutely.
Thank you, man.
No worries. I'll give you back the mic now.
All right, and we're going to move on. Let's see here. I can stop that. Here we go, and we are. There you go. All right. So, Andreas, you have the stage. Love to see some of your images.
Yeah.
I think you invited a lot of your friends to watch.
We have a Swedish community, and we have a Facebook page called Astropixlar, and that all the interest in astronomy gather there to share their work.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I started shooting with an Explorer Scientific E80 and moved on with a Celestron with the Hyperstar. And I shoot from my balconies, one to the south and one to the north. And I shoot with different kind of set of cameras. The latest is 2600 Pro and 940 Pro with all kinds of optolong filters.
I see.
So now I share my pictures. This is the latest process I did from Bortle 8-9 skies over Stockholm.
Yes.
And this is the M33 Triangulum Nebula I shot a couple of weeks ago.
No, we're just seeing the smaller thumbnail images right now.
Okay.
You're probably just sharing the wrong screen. You have dual screen setup, do you?
Okay.
Running that problem all the time at the job.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see when you go to share, you can see all the different options for sharing.
Do you only see thumbnails?
I see the thumbnails.
Okay.
Yeah, we're seeing your folder basically. If you want to drag your image back in the other screen, we probably see it.
Still back at the thumbnails.
Okay. That's the only screen I got when I'm sharing.
Maybe you just minimize that thumbnail folder and the image may be behind it. Don't worry, I ran into this problem myself.
Many a time.
There we go. That's different.
That's different. Yeah.
There we go. There you are.
As I shoot from
Very nice.
9 skies over Stockholm. 1.5 hours with the Hyperstar system.
Oh, that's
My
beautiful.
new 2600 Pro camera.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that camera. You tell me.
This new Sony IMAX backlight sensor, so it's very sensitive to pick up faint detail and works very well in over Stockholm with Optolong L Pro filter.
So that was shot through a filter. Galaxy through filters are hard, man. That's a good job.
Yeah.
And this shoot a couple of weeks. This is the M31 Triangle Galaxy.
Very beautiful.
2.5 hours I shot with this one.
And you said Portal 8 or 9 skies?
Yes.
Wow.
I live outside city core in Stockholm, so I shoot from balcony. So I have hidden view. So I have a custom stellarium that I have fixed, so I can see how much integration time I can have.
Mm-hmm.
So I have photographed and used stellarium with a panoramic view, so I can know how much sky time I can have.
Yeah.
That's great results for M33. It's a very faint galaxy. It's very large and dispersed.
This is shot with the early camera. This is the 294 Pro.
Nice.
From I started, I have only done this for only less than 2 years.
Portal 8 or 9, I mean, you could just see the brightest stars naked eye. That's about it. So that is really impressive.
Yeah. This is Sombrero Galaxy showed with the Hyperstar system.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna go revisit the shoot with the native F7 in later next year when it comes up.
Mm-hmm.
I do. This is also shot with a L-enhanced filter last year. So this is the Flame and Horsehead Nebula. I think it's 2 hours through a L-enhanced filter with a 294 system, 294 camera with the Optolong L-enhanced filter.
Spectacular.
And this is Thor's helmet, also shot with a Hyperstar system with L-enhanced filter.
That's pretty.
2 hours of integration in that one. Gonna revisit that one as well.
Uh-huh.
This is near-wise through NLC clouds, shot with Explorer Scientific over Stockholm here when it visited.
Oh, I really like the effect that it gives.
I like the clouds, and it's spectacular.
Very artsy.
This is called Earth Moon. You shoot 2 exposure, then you blend it together. Call it Earth Shine Moon. When you take one exposure of the one side, one overexposed on the other side, and then you do a gradient filter to blend it in together, and then you put the shades, match them up, and then you have a Earth Shine Moon.
I really have to try one of these. It always looks great. I see them not too often, sometimes pop up on the different forums, and always amazing.
Some planetary work. This is Mars from 2 days ago, I think.
Okay.
With this shot with my C8 don't call Barlow, it's called a Teleview PowerMate.
Mm-hmm.
That's about 4,000 millimeters. Shot through a mono camera with a filter wheel.
And you're pretty high up there too. It's impressive.
And this is Neptune and Triton, also shot with filter wheel and a couple of weeks ago. Then I have Uranus, also shot with same system, also filter wheel.
I think we see Oberian up there. Yeah.
And then I do, in the summer, I started to do some solar work. So I got an H alpha from Daystar, and I use my Explorer Scientific to shoot the sun.
Nice.
Very
Process that in. I mainly use PixInsight and use Photoshop and Lightroom for processing.
So that's you use the quark chromosphere, right?
Yeah, crop and chromosphere, yes.
Really nice with the Explorer side
So
effect. That's what I used to do as well.
I set the settings to you can set it in two ways, other than prominence or the other way, so you can see one more or the other. So I stick to the middle, so I get data from both.
It's really nice to have a H alpha filter that can do both prominence and surface detail, and that you can pair it with any refractor you want. So I used to have the 80 millimeter Explorer Scientific triplet. It was a great combination.
This is I film some prominence. This is I take overexposed sun, and then the you can see more detail when you do that, and paint it out with black for nice viewing.
Yeah, that's really nice to contrast it.
This is a trick to trick the filter to capture the sunstorms, and if you expose it and film it and stack it, and then you can process it.
Yeah, it really gives a good effect, nice effect.
This is an mass corona correction.
Whoa, this one high.
That's one of my earliest sun photography. This is also shoot with an H alpha. So I mainly use Photoshop and Lightroom to with custom presets that I've fixed on my own. So I save them, and then I also do some high power lunar work that others do with mono camera, and shoot it and stack it and process it in Lightroom to see high power 4,000 millimeters on my C8 system.
Nice.
So this is I can share. This is my my location. Shoot from my balcony.
Wow.
This is really Bortle 8 or 9 skies.
Bortle 8 or 9, yes, that's right.
This is my Celestron with CDX standing in my living room.
Okay.
My
nice rig.
Yeah.
How's the girlfriend liking this one?
And then one day I pick up Starlink. This is the Starlink I shot with one frame.
Yep.
Just.
How do you find the moisture up that far north, Andreas?
We have terrible weather. We have very unstable weather. So we have wind at all. It's wind everywhere. It's very unpredictable weather. It's most of the time very cloudy. So I get maybe 1 to 2 times a month with clear skies that I can shoot and photograph.
Very similar to the UK then.
Similar to
right.
I'm lucky, and I'm in Canada. I say I'm lucky, but when I look at other people in Australia or Texas or any, I'm like, okay, I'm not that lucky, but still.
Hey, you're making the best use of what you got, you know. So
that's what we need to do.
Great. That's great.
I found that the Hyperstar system works best for me because I have a limited sky time. That Andromeda, I only have a couple of weeks to shoot it, and because of my location, and then I have to quickly gather some data and process it.
Correct, and this is what I always say: short exposure photography go with low F numbers. That's the best way to go. You get a lot of image in short times with the high fast ratios like that.
Yeah, I shoot at f1.9, so I get it's 25 times faster than f10, so I get a lot of data. And with the right combination filter, then I get some really nice data. And with the new 2600 camera, I get some even more detail and more data I get from earlier. So this
Beat it with technology.
So
Right.
this is my sky, and then we have in Sweden we have we call it midsummer. From May to August, you can't do astrophotography. It's so bright you can see the stars here. So that I turn to lunar work, lunar and sun work.
Right.
And then I shoot deep sky and planetary at the rest.
Okay. Andreas, thank you so much. Thank you. We're going to turn back to Carroll Iorg from the Astronomical League, and he's going to ask question number 2. So I'm going to put the spotlight back on you, Carroll.
All right.
Do we have some information about winners from the last Star Party?
Yes, we do. We have winners from the Star Party number 6, which was on September 4th.
Okay.
That was the question where we asked, what was the new observing award approved at the annual 2020 council meeting? Had 4 words. 2 of the words start with A and L. The winner is, drum roll, Dusty Haskins, Haskins. And the name of the club was Alternate Constellation Observing Programs. So that was that one. Then the winners from number 7.
Yep.
First one is, what is the name of the Astronomical League Observe program created for kids 10 and under? The winner is Wade Prunty, Prunty, and the,
yeah.
And the name of the program is Sky Puppies. A very popular one.
Yeah, congratulations.
And the second one on that one is, what city and state will the next Astronomical League conference, Alcon, take place? The winner to that one is Matthew Walsh. And the answer is, of course, Albuquerque, New Mexico, first week of August of 2021. And I think I'll go ahead and give the third one as well.
Okay.
Which was, whose well-known name appears in the header of the Astronomical League's Library Telescope entry form? And everybody should know this one. Oh, when I say it, you had to kind of dig on this one, but the answer is Jack Horkheimer. And the winner is C. Lewis. I didn't get the first name, but it's C. Lewis. So congratulations to everyone.
Lewis, Chuck Lewis, right?
Yeah, it must be. Didn't put the name in.
Congratulations, Chuck. That's great.
Yeah. So now, why don't we do the second question for tonight? And the second question is, what Astronomical League observing program is named for a French astronomer? What Astronomical League observing program is named for a French astronomer?
French astronomer. Okay. All right. So send in your answers. Email them in to kent@explorescientific.com. Great.
Yep. And we'll have the next question just a little bit later.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay. All right. So we are going to take a 10-minute break. Okay. We still have John Johnson, who's going to talk about the Nebraska Star Party. Jerry Hubble is going to be with us. Cesar Brolo is set up in Argentina right now. And I'm not sure if he's getting live images or not. He often does. So we will we'll come back. And John, you're next up after this break here. So
excellent. Sounds good.
Yep. So let me do this. and do this. And here we go.
Well, I've just let the dogs back in, and it's still cloudy out there.
It's raining here now. You put the mockers on it.
We had a few spots earlier. I'm glad
It's
I
probably
shut
raining
up when
here
I
now.
did. But nothing. It's hardly wet the ground.
It cleared in Spain for 20 minutes, and I've got 15 minutes stacked on Pac-Man.
Excellent. That's cool.
With the weather going as it is,
clear
it looks
here.
like I might have to go with CMOS cameras.
Once
I've had to change targets.
you've got that data, Grant.
I've moved on to back to the Firemax Galaxy.
Change telescope, Steve, and sorry, change camera and telescopes to one of these ultra fast things as well.
Who, me?
Steve.
Oh.
What, one of them Rasa things with a tiny back focus.
Yeah, I used the 11-inch one of those, and it was stunning. It was very, very good, I have to say.
I really enjoyed using the 8-inch because you just don't need much mount at all for that.
No.
Yeah.
Just don't have to worry about guiding. And
I'm looking at forward to putting that 2400 on. That I think that's going to be a blistering imaging system, fast imaging system.
I think it's going to be the way to go, that sort of thing. Especially with CMOS. I know I've been hanging on with the CCDs, and I still, in some respects, think they've got a little bit of an edge still, but I think they're getting towards the end of the day.
Good to see everybody here. I don't know how many of you know me. I'm Jerry Hubble, VP of Engineering for Explore Scientific. I don't know that I've met all of you, but my internet was down earlier, so I came in late.
You might want to turn your mic up a bit, Jerry. You're very quiet.
Oh, no, yeah, it's because I'm muted. I thought I was muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're just kind of faint.
Oh, it was faint earlier. Okay. Maybe I thought I might be muted, but I guess not.
That's
yeah.
Good. So Jerry, where are you at?
I live in Virginia.
In Virginia, okay.
You know where Fredericksburg is?
Oh, yeah.
Halfway
Yeah,
between I'm west of there, about 20 miles.
Yeah, okay.
In a place called Wilderness, Virginia, which is a pretty famous Civil War area around here. So.
Yeah, it's been a few years since I was back there. I did 30 years in the Navy, and a lot of the last few years I was commuting back to Washington, D.C. and spots around down there.
Did you do any work at the Naval Surface Weapons Laboratory or anything, or?
At the time, I was with the Naval Sea Systems Command. My last tour, I was a reserve, but but I was on the Inspector General staff there for NAVC, and I can't remember all. I mean, we went to various sites around the DC area.
I was never in the active military, but I've considered myself being in the nuclear Navy because I went to work at the nuclear stations here in Virginia after I got my degree in electrical engineering. And so I was the first civilian hired at the plant and instrumentation engineering department. All the other people were Navy people. Practically all the people at the plant were all Navy. So I felt like I was in the Navy when I started working at the plant.
Oh yeah. Well, see, the better part of my civilian side of my career was at Fort Calhoun Nuclear Power Station. Although I was not in the Nuke Navy.
Oh,
That's where I ended
okay.
up. I was surface line out of San Diego for about 4.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
All over the Pacific. Was involved with the evacuation of Vietnam and.
So yeah, I've got I spent my whole career working in nuclear instrumentation and control systems, protection systems.
Oh yeah.
All the stuff with the nuclear. You know, I was fortunate to have a pretty diverse career and started out at the plant as a technician and worked my way up to through the engineering departments and went to design engineering. The last part of my career, I worked on plant computer systems, also SCADA systems.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a very fortunate to have a pretty diverse work experience.
Well, then in my kind of the middle years of my Navy stuff, I was in England probably once a year for about 8 years running, and I was over there when we had the Desert Storm conflict.
Oh yeah.
You Brett, I don't remember meeting any of you. I did attend a few of the back then what was called the junior BAA meetings. That's what's called the Society of Popular Astronomy or something like that. I remember meeting Robin Scadgel. He and I visited, and he took me out one night west of London there for an observing session. That's been almost 30 years ago now. So.
He's still around.
Yeah, I see him pop up every now and then. And then, of course, I have made the acquaintance through Facebook with Damian Peach. I follow his stuff. He's a planetary photographer. And
he's amazing. Him and Christopher Go.
Yeah, Chris Go. Yeah, I actually met Sir Patrick at a talk he gave back in the mid-90s. Got him to autograph a couple of my books that he wrote.
Oh, cool.
And Andres, my heritage, 3/4 of my ancestors immigrated from Sweden. So I have a soft spot for Sweden.
We have some relatives in US, but I don't know where.
My namesake, of course, back when he came over, it was Johansson. He and two Eriksson brothers were the Swedish immigrants, were the first 3 settlers to homestead in my home county out in central Nebraska back in 1870.
Nice. Now we're going to, smoothly I can do this. John, I am going to load up your video here, and we'll watch that first so that people get an idea of what the Nebraska Star Party is all about.
Well, we're talking about these new sensors, that 2400. Right, I don't know if you can get the light on this and see the size of the sensor that's on it.
Oh yeah, you got that big chip camera. It's cool.
Yeah, it is absolutely huge.
Pretty cool. Yeah, that's a huge chip.
The thing is with these now is the colors on them are absolutely stunning. It's taken these sensors a few years to come along, but the colors that you're seeing in the images now from these CMOS sensors, they are really, really stunning. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to see what you can get off of this, considering the last full frame one we had was a few years back here. And that we were doing 30-second shots at f2 on Andromeda, and it was a stunning image.
I think the interesting thing about that 2400 is the slightly larger pixels than some of the other CMOSs that have been out recently. Just under 6 microns, isn't it? So they're starting to get a little bit bigger again.
Because I've played with a couple of these cameras with the 9 pixels, the 9 pixels, and they're a bit here and there. I think they've just gone a little bit too large with them. They're producing quite a small image. They don't seem detailed. That's one of the things I've noticed. I'm thinking that this is probably about right. It's going to be quite nice on some of the systems.
Guys, I'm going to try to pick up the video that I was interested, or that John Johnson had sent over to me. And this is it right here. Very cool. Well, thanks for sending that video over, John. So you've been doing I've always known you associated pretty much with the Nebraska Star Party. You are always someone that has stayed close to our company. It's been a pleasure, interacting with you and I've gotten to know you as a friend and have been to, it's been a little while since I've been to the Nebraska Star Party, but I think the last time was about 3 years ago or something.
Let's see. Well, that was shot, I think, actually it was 2018. I think that was shot. Yeah. That video with you, with your team there and everything. Yeah.
Right.
But you were also out there as a mead rep here a long time ago.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah. But I can attest to the super dark skies that is out there in the, was it called the Sandy Hills region? Is that right?
Well, yeah. I have a few quick slides in a PowerPoint if we would want to show the rest of the world where this actually takes place.
Hey, Scott, I just want to interrupt real quick. We can't see you on the screen. We still see the music credit.
Oh, do you? Okay. I thought I had him.
Well, I can see myself, but I don't know if that's.
I'm watching the video on Twitch right now, and it's on John.
Yeah, I guess it was just on the Zoom here. We couldn't see your face when you were talking.
Yeah. Zoom is different than what we're broadcasting. That's cool. Go ahead, John.
As I said, I could show up a quick one of these scenes from the night where you see all the it's not the actual lights, but it's the outlines of what's Bortle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
So let's see. So I have it in a PowerPoint. So if I share screen, where'd it go? Yeah.
Point up first, and then come back to Zoom.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Let me.
You'll focus on your PowerPoint.
Okay. That it?
You are starting to share.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, beautiful image of a comet.
Well, here, let's start here. Okay. I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, have seen images like this before. Obviously the United States, and you can see how basically there's a line that pretty well divides the country in half, just on the eastern side of Nebraska through eastern Texas all the way up to North South Dakota. But you see that area right there?
That really black area?
That black area right there, is my cursor working on it?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. That is called the Sandhills area of Nebraska. And it's truly a interesting, unique ecological environment. Now it's sand underneath a very, shall I say, unique grass covering, but it's very what's the word? It can change. It could, in a dry year, if you get something blown open, then you get a lot of sand. But in a good rainy year, it's just a gorgeous country up there, as you saw in that video.
Right.
Oops. Here's a close up of it, and this over here is Denver, and this is Kansas City, and here's Omaha, where I'm coming from tonight. And here is this area magnified, and I'll do it one more time. And X marks the spot where we hold the Nebraska Star Party. We've been holding the Star Party, well, it would have been our 27th year if we'd been able to have it this summer. And we held off to the very end, and then finally had to give up. The party's held on the, it's actually federal government land called Bureau of Land Reclamation, because that lake you saw in that video is it's an irrigation lake. They have dammed up this river called the Snake River, and they use it for irrigation. And of course, it is a recreational area now, a park that the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission manages. So it's on public lands, and of course, with all the rules and regulations through the government that were coming down, they said, well, we just don't want you having a large gathering of people up there. We typically get around 300 folks to come up there. And so we relented, but we still had sort of a semi-private party. We had about 50 or 60 folks that did show up. And you saw, I'll show you, I'm just overwhelmed with all you imagers. I've tried through the years, I guess not hard enough, but I'm just overwhelmed, and I'll never get there. I figured at this age, but I I dabble in a little bit, wide field stuff. And of course, this year while we were up there, Comet Neowise was really putting on quite a performance. So there's a shot just with an old Canon camera, digital single lens reflex, being driven on an Ioptron star tracker. And oops, it went back on me. I use a lot of old Nikon manual lenses that I've converted to do the wide field stuff. And I think that was probably a 50 millimeter lens. So everybody else showing images, I got to show you one more. Here's a typical scene, a little bit washed out. There again, I'm not the processor that you other guys are either, but that's a typical scene looking south in the Milky Way up there. And we are truly in Bortle 1 skies up there.
Yes.
So I think that we'll switch back here.
Yeah, I can take it back.
You can take it back then? Okay.
There we go.
So anyway, I've been involved with it probably at least the last 20 years as a major player in putting it on. It's kind of like a perpetual convention. I mean, those of you that put on, like in the United States, we have the Astronomical League convention, and then we have the various regions put on, the regional conventions. Well, we essentially are at that level every year, putting on the Nebraska Star Party. We may not be the biggest party as far as attendance, but we rank right up there with the dark skies that we offer up there, and we do get a lot of astro imagers that will come up there and rave about our skies. So we have a great time, as you all, if you've been to any events like that, it's the camaraderie you gain, the folks that come year after year, and it's just a community. My personal thing, I'm basically been a visual observer, all my life. As I mentioned, I think in my quick intro, I've been involved with amateur astronomy since I was a child growing up on a farm in central Nebraska, where every night you went out, you got to see, every night that was clear, you got to see literally thousands of stars. And of course, as you can tell by my age, I was enthralled with the early space program, and it's like every kid that age in the late 50s, early 60s, thought you could, wanted to be an astronaut. So I had aspirations of that too. But there was 3 events I always tell people in my life, I think I've told them to Scott already, that really solidified, my passion in astronomy. And it was my first telescope. Everybody has a first telescope story. Mine was a little 3-inch Edmund reflector that I begged my folks for. And I think they got it for probably it was either my 13th or 12th or 13th birthday. And I remember the first night I got it out and put it together. I knew there was a couple planets. I didn't know for sure which one, but I got it focused, the little slip tube and cardboard finder scope and everything. And there was Saturn, and it was just amazing. I went running back in, had to get the whole family out to take a look at it. And then a couple of years later, too bad David's not Levy. He'd enjoy this. I saw Comet Ichthyosaiki as my first real comet to see. I remember one morning I was in the Boy Scouts. We were camping in the river out there, and we got up early, and the entire tail was stretched halfway across the sky. And that was just mind blowing. I couldn't believe that was a comet that had gotten that big. And then the third event was the Leonid meteor shower in the fall of 1966, in November. And I saw the storm. I saw the storm that year from my backyard out on the farm south of this little town called Brady, Nebraska. And, I thought, it was apocalyptic. I thought it was the end of the world. There were meteors coming. The only way I've ever really can give you the impression of what I remember seeing was if you're ever driven at night in a snowstorm with your headlights on, that's what I was seeing for roughly a half hour that morning. So from that point on, I was cast to be an amateur astronomer and a very enthusiastic one. Careers, as you all seen, careers interfered with it, but once I settled in Omaha, I got very active with the Omaha Astronomical Society and then the Nebraska Star Party. And one of the other passions I have is outreach, kind of like what Mike has mentioned there. I haven't had the time or the resources really to go as far and wide as some of you others, but I've headed up, the Omaha Astronomical Society outreach program, and we typically see anywhere from 15 to 1,800 kids of all ages and adults through schools, scout groups, and civic organizations. So we have a blast doing it. I have a very good active group in our club. Our astronomy club, believe it or not, we are starting to see some younger members, which is very encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
And we have probably 150, 160 members in our club up here now. So, of course, the pandemic has really slowed things down, much to many of us are chagrin with that. But we'll recover. We'll get back out, and obviously we're trying to do virtual outreach type things too. I'm open to any and all ideas that some of you have tried and have succeeded at. But there again, to me, you just still don't get that visceral reaction other than being out there with the kids and hearing the oohs and ahs and getting them excited about something. And that's when I I was on a few nights ago when you had your number 7 and saw little Libby, and that's just warms the heart to see somebody that young get that excited. And of course, Abigail was Bolenbeck. She's another one. I met her first there at the 2018 Mid-States Regional Convention, and
right,
and then met her or was up at the whole national convention up in Minneapolis. And so anyway, back. Any other thoughts or questions?
Well, I can add some here. When you think about the kids, I'm really happy to get people on like Libby and Abigail because they're very comfortable being online.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the classes that they've had to take, virtually with their teachers and stuff like that. So Libby told me that she's spending several hours every day on the Zoom platform going to school. She is she touched on the fact that she has asthma. So that's something that you'd have to be careful of.
Be very careful of,
Mm-hmm. But it's she absolutely loves sharing this, and this is the only, John, this is the only way to have a virtual global star party.
This.
There's just no other way to do it. But I do agree with you too. There's nothing like being out under that, the still night air and to see a huge meteor streaking overhead, some bolide, lighting up the ground, those experiences, and just to see how dark a sky can really be. And so when we can get back out, you definitely want to put the Nebraska Star Party on your bucket list because this is a place that's worth traveling to.
Yeah, it's relatively easy to get to as far as driving. If you're coming from afar, Omaha has a very nice airport, and it's about a 6-hour drive from Omaha. Mm-hmm. Now, we don't have necessarily the fancy lodging and conditions that you might find at a Winter Star Party or Texas Star Party, but I'll guarantee you we'll have the skies because we brag about it, but we'll prove it to you. You get your eyes dark adapted up there when we're up there, and the Milky Way casts a shadow.
It does.
Yes,
absolutely does. That's right.
And another thing, before you we are actively pursuing getting that area designated as an International Dark Sky Park. it's been a dream of mine now for probably 12, 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And here within just the last couple of years, we've got the spark lit because we've got an entity within the state now that has really jumped on board. We've got the whole Nebraska Tourism Commission backing our efforts now and really kind of taking the charge to us because, let's face it, we're volunteers, we're amateurs. We can get out there and, beat the drum and toot our horns about it. But until you get a government agency that's bought into it and is committed to make it happen, it's pretty tough to do. I don't know if any of you others have been involved with an effort to try to get a IDA designation or not, but there's some real hoops you got to go through, and we're finally making tremendous progress. I'll go out on a limb and say maybe by next summer, by next year's 28th annual Star Party, we'll have our designation, but we're hoping anyway. So,
okay.
It's a tough process. I did it over here about 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But luckily it's a 73 square mile site, but luckily it's technically privately owned.
That would help. Yeah.
That helps, but it is leased out. So there's lots of individual properties around there which all had to be consulted, and lighting regulations brought in, and just people generally adhering to those conditions. So there are a lot of hoops there to jump through, and the light measurements on the site right the way through repeatedly. Yeah. It's a lot of work that everybody has to put in.
Well, the one advantage we have is that it's so dark up there. And of course, it's because there are very few people that live up there.
Yeah.
And we go throughout the United States, we have counties, and the county in Nebraska that is in is called Cherry County. Cherry County is, I think, bigger than the state of Connecticut. And there are way more cattle living there than there are people. So that's the advantage we have, is we don't have a whole lot of lights. I mean, there's a few around the resort and everything that we're managing. We're going to have to get lights replaced, and the plan right now is to get those done this fall. And but it's just getting the bureaucracies and the gears in motion, because as the Nebraska Game and Parks organization will be the ones that will have to kind of, we're all going to help out, but they're the ones that are going to have to, into perpetuity, keep this thing going. But we're very excited about it, and we hope to have it probably up and done sometime by the middle of next year.
Okay, that's getting close. That's great. Wonderful. John, thank you.
Thank you, Scott, for allowing me to sit in here.
All right, we are going down to Argentina right now with Cesar Brolo. He looks a little old. I don't know.
Yes, I feel like in a ship in the middle of the sea because it's terribly windy. Now I'm trying to take some pictures of some southern hemisphere object. I am pointing to 47 to Canae, but the problem is that I have some clouds. Let me check. I can share the screen to show how is maybe if a little clouds move so fast like a wind, maybe I can show you this. You tell me, Scott, if you watch good. I am taking pictures now with the Canon.
Mm-hmm.
Put in the telescope with a very interesting high technology adapter. Look, this here is 47 to Canae, but the problem is that I have clouds moving from the south, and I need to know maybe in the next picture if the
no, no. The globular cluster that my intention was show you something like this, but not like this.
No.
You expect, yes. If you expected to see something like a globular cluster, yes. Well, I know that this is not. I'm trying because this is something like, something like extreme astronomy.
Yeah.
Using something like a Patagonia suite, and I am. Some people think that maybe I am at the top of the mountain, but no. Well, was my intention, but you can see this is not so bad. The sky here, like this color. If you move the telescope to another place like Antares, I can show you how is the sky now. If I don't have in this area clouds too, let me check. I am like to try any more one time if the clouds are moving from this area. Maybe we are doing the next shot. I am using only, I can't believe, yeah, I don't know if you can see this like star. This is a very huge globular cluster, it's so big like Omega Centauri. The two clusters from the south, the biggest, are 47 Tucana, 47 Tucanae, and Omega Centauri cluster. They're huge, but of course this night with a very strong, this very strong wind, it's impossible. And it's incredible that I have really a line of a layer of, but I can't believe, because it's most of the sky now is clear, but we have with this area that is from this to the south. Yeah.
Well, Caesar, do you?
Sorry, you tell me with the wind is.
Sorry. Do you want us to come back to you in a few minutes?
Yes. I keep to some pictures if I have something more reliable, with more information than this.
Okay. Hubble in
yeah, let me check. Stop the share.
Okay.
I feel like we're on the Weather Channel with the hurricane.
There's like a tornado out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. I'm going to give you.
I have to give Caesar 10 out of 10 for commitment on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got clear skies, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
So I wanted to share something, and I'm going to say now for something completely different.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna talk about what some deep sky imagers hate. I don't want to say hate. They just don't like it because it takes opportunities away for imaging, and that's imaging the moon and doing high resolution lunar imaging, and some of the things you can do with the images in terms of science. I like getting into the science side of astronomy, probably more than doing deep sky stuff, but that's just me. I know a lot of people enjoy a lot of different things. So I grew up in the 60s, like John was talking about earlier. So my first interest in astronomy centered on the moon, basically. So that's really where I really enjoy that a lot. So I want to introduce a couple of programs that I use to do my lunar imaging and plan my imaging. The first one is called the Virtual Moon Atlas, which I'm sure a lot of you guys probably are familiar with. I gotta share my screen, I guess. I gotta remember to do that.
Yeah, that helps.
So let me, yeah. So I'm just gonna share my desktop because it's easier. All right, you see that?
Oh yeah.
So this is a program called the Virtual Moon Atlas, and if you want to, Scott, you can probably search it on the Google and find the link to it. It's also, I want to show you this. Let me show you where it's really at. It's on the ALPO website. I'm a staff member of the ALPO, the Association for Lunar and Planetary Observers. I'm in the lunar section. I'm an assistant coordinator for topographical studies. So there's a couple of programs I'm going to talk about that we use, but one is the Virtual Moon Atlas, and the other one is this one called, let me go to the lunar section, called the Lunar Topographical, oh, I'm sorry. The Lunar Terminator visualization tool, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So down here, I don't know if you can see over to the right here. We've got a link to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'm gonna zoom up just a little bit here. I should be used to this since we do a show every day, you know.
I try to give you a lot of practice.
Yeah, I know. So if you look here on the right on the menu, you go to the lunar section, and then you'll go to the menu on the right hand side, and you'll see we've got the tool available for download on the ALPO website, and also the wiki is available. So I'm not gonna click on those right now, but I just wanted to point those out. But if we go to, let me type in virtual just to be Moon Atlas. All right, let me get this out of the way. So there's a couple of places for it. One's on SourceForge. This other one is here. I guess there's a few places that have it available. The SourceForge is a good place to go get it. But so there it is. Just search for Virtual Moon Atlas and you'll find the links to it. And this is what it looks like.
This is the Virtual Moon Atlas. Okay.
Virtual Moon Atlas. And it's pretty cool. You can, I'm trying to zoom out. So you can, it's basically, it's a regular atlas, but it's got some choices on how you configure it and what kind of charts you have available. As you zoom in, it's got this one chart, but then it starts to, when you select it and configure it, it'll start loading images from the lunar orbiter images, those types of things. And you can really get, you can see how close you can get. This is Theophilus, which I'm going to highlight here with one of our images that I'm going to show you, that, or one of my images that I took to do some measurements with the other tool. But so this is a good tool to plan your observation and check. So right now I've got it set to the first quarter, but if you compute the current, it'll show you the current moon phase right here. You can see it. That's what we have right now. And so you can see what's on the terminator. You can see the terminator, but it also shows you, if you look at the terminator tab, it'll tell you all the craters and everything that's on the terminator. And it'll give you a lot of good information. Let's see. I'm going to pick something big here, if I can find something that's fairly big. I think it orders it by the larger craters, and then as you go down, it gets smaller and smaller. That's what these numbers are here on the side. So let's go to Kepler. So that centers on Kepler. Okay. And then if you go to notes, I don't know if notes are for your own notes. If you go to information, that's where it shows all the information about Kepler. So it's a really nice tool. You know, it gives you the dimensions, the description, you know, what it's got Ruckel Atlas reference. It's got other Atlas information where you can find this object or this crater, you know, that type of thing. So it's really got a lot of good information. It's really a great tool, and I enjoy using it quite a bit. So I'm going to go back to the first quarter. And I'm going to zoom up on Theophilus. Whoops, come on. Because that's the crater I'm going to highlight with an image that I took.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to show you how to use the Lunar Terminator visualization tool to do measurements. And that's a cool thing when you can measure like features on the moon, like these peaks that are on Theophilus.
See how tall they are, maybe?
Yeah, you can measure how tall they are, and then you can compare that to lunar aeronautical chart information that have the, you know, the actual values that NASA decided the features were. And you can measure also not just peaks, but you can measure crater sizes. There's a tool to do that. You can reorient the image to show you what it would look like flying directly over top, all that type of stuff. So let me go to that tool. And this is it right here. Let's see if I can make this a little bigger. Actually, I think I can make it even a little bigger. All right, so there's Theophilus.
Okay.
All right, and you got different types of charts too that you can do here. So let me go back to gain. You have to. This is more of a manual program where you set the zoom level, and then you click on the chart and it'll zoom to that level. Like so, that's the high resolution chart shaded relief chart that I have chosen. But it's also got a low resolution chart. So let me click on that again. And you can see that's the low resolution chart. So if I zoom up on 5, which is the scale, a zoom level of 5, and I go here, you'll see it's blocky because that's the low resolution chart. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I use the high resolution chart, and you click on it again, and it'll bring up that view. Okay.
I see.
So what I want to demonstrate is a way to load an image and do a measurement on it. So I'm gonna do this from scratch. I'm gonna calibrate. So you calibrate a user photo. So what you have to do is you have to pick out features on the image and match it to the chart or to this chart that you have. So I'm going to open the image. Let me see if I can remember which one I want to do here. Take me a second to get to the let's see, the MSRO astrophotography, and then it's, if I can remember the date, it's 2019 0110 moon. All right, let's see which directory is it. It's this one right here. So if you look, I've got several pictures of Theophilus here and I've actually done measurements already on them. But I'm going to bring up this cropped. Should I use a cropped one? Yeah, let me see here. Which one do I want to use here? I'll use this one. All right, so there it is. So this is an image that I took at the MSRO in 2019. It's got, you can see quite a bit of detail here. See these little craters here?
Yeah.
It's pretty good, really. Let me move it around a little bit and I can show you more. Why won't that go? Guess I need to make it bigger here. So like here, you can see this group of 3 craters here?
Yeah.
Those are probably, I'm just gonna guess 3 miles, 4 miles in diameter maybe, but we can measure that. We'll be able to see exactly what they are. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. And what I need to do is set the time of observation, okay? And so I've got that. The time and date are in the file name, so that's really convenient. And so that's one thing I would suggest people when they name their files to put the time and date in the file name so that if you ever want to refer to it,
right,
in a program like this, and I don't know why this is gonna get.
Well, that makes a science file then.
Yeah. So this is 2019.
If you use software like SharpCap and FireCapture, they allow you to name your files in a WinJupyter format, and that uses your date and your times and exact, so that programs like WinJupyter can calculate rotations.
Right. So this is in January, so I know that UTC is 5 hours for me, so I got to add 5 hours to the time. That's a local time, so that's 22:44, which is close enough. And of course, this isn't configured for some reason, so I've got to remember what my longitude and latitude is. And longitude here is 77 or minus. That's important. And it's 0.71, and my latitude is 38.33, and I can put the elevation. It's about 100. It's about 100 meters. So once I do that, I'm going to identify a reference point. Okay, see it's got the crosshair. So the first one I'm going to pick is the easy one. It's in Creator Theophilus. It's this one right here. Let me see if I've got to do that. Right here on this peak. I'm going to click that. Step 2 or step 3 radio button checked. Okay. So is that not? Let's copy from main screen. I wonder if I got to click that. Oh, yeah, there we go. So now I've got to do this again. So you have to copy the image over here into the thing. So put this back, 1901. Oops. 1, 10, 22, 44. That's good enough. And then that stayed the same. And say, okay. So I want to identify. I'm going to sit there and go copy from main screen. Okay. Oh, I see what's this thing. I've got to set a reference point over here. I think I'm supposed to do that first. I set the reference point here. And it's got a little tiny cross. And then I go back to this. And I copy the reference point.
Okay.
From the main screen.
So you just
and then I click on here with the pixel location in the image. Okay. And it fills it in here. So this is the longitude and latitude on the moon that's correlated with that XY position on the image. That's the first, and then I do another one. So now I've got I'm gonna pick this right here. I'm gonna set a reference point here. which is on the edge of this crater here, which on here. So I'm going to copy that location, then I'm going to set it. It's right here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, step 3. It's checked. Why didn't it? Oh, it did it, didn't it? No. Copy from main screen. Set the reference point. And then I'm gonna, what the hell? I don't know why it's not taking it.
Demonstrating it, that's why.
Yeah, I know, right, exactly. So I'm gonna set the reference point again here and
Okay.
start over. And then I'm gonna copy it. Okay, it copied it. So now set with mouse. Okay, so now set by clicking mouse on the point. So I'm gonna click it. Ah. What is a step 2 or step 3 radio button? Let me see what I'm missing here. Ah, that's what it is. That was hidden. So now
it's going to work.
Let me go back to step 2 and make sure I get this point here. Okay. And now see it went to step 3.
Yeah.
So now I can click this. I don't know why it didn't do that. Now it went to step 4. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to hit save. All right, and then I'll close this. And now what I've got to do is I've got to go here and load a calibrated photo. So we just calibrated the photo to the scale. Okay, and it's going to show up at the bottom of the list here. All right.
So you calibrated the photo to the scale of like in
the chart, the latitude and longitude on the chart on the moon.
Okay.
So I picked locations on the moon that correlated with the image locations. So now I'm gonna select that photo, which you can see it here, and then I'm gonna say select. And what it should do is it should load that photo, and there it is.
Oh,
That's
wow.
kind of cool.
Okay.
So it loaded it onto the map, onto the sphere of the moon.
Right. Exactly
right.
where it should be.
Right, exactly where it should be. So now I can, let me zoom up on it some. So I'm going to go to 10.
Okay.
All right. Now there's some neat things I can do here. Let me just show you, for example, I can right click on it and I'm going to draw a circle. All right. And I'm going to show the center and I'm going to see here. Oh, I can set the diameter of the circle. Okay. So I'm trying to guess what the size of this of Theophilus is. I'm going to say it's 80. I don't know. We'll see if that's close. I'm going to draw it. Oh, that was not too bad. It's really closer to 100. So let me go to 100. Draw. But I didn't select the center correctly. It's a little bit smaller. So it's probably like 92. And then I'm going to clear it. But I'm going to close that. And I'm going to set it right in the center of the crater. I'm going to try to get it. And I'm going to draw a circle. And set to 92, and I'm going to draw it. And that's pretty close. See there?
Yeah.
So you can adjust this. 94. Okay. I'm going to clear, and I'm going to draw it again. And then you can also, there's a way to, I thought there was a way to use your cursor to increase and decrease change the location. So if I do the arrow, let's see, is that working? No, that's not really working. There's a way to shift this with the cursor, but I don't remember exactly how to do it right now. But that's how you can do that. Okay, you can measure the size of the crater. The other thing you can do, like I talked about, is measure how big these peaks are. So you can see the shadows, right? So let me zoom up even further on this. I'm going to go to 15, and I'm going to center on it. All right, now you can really see the shadows right here?
Yeah.
These peaks. So what you can do is and then also on the crater rim, see the relief here. You can see my daughter's coming in, so the dogs are barking, of course. So let me select the mouse options, and you can set to display elevation difference, inverse shadow length mode, which allows you to set a reference point and measure the elevation of the peak. So that's what I do here. I hit OK. And then what I do is I go to on the shadow, I go to the peak of this location right here, and I right click and I say set reference point. And you see how it draws this line? That's pointing to the sun. That's the direction of the sun. That's crossing this peak right here. So that point in the shadow right here is this point on the peak where it's bright.
Got it.
Okay. So now I right click here at that intersection of the light dark shadow line and the direction line, the red line, and I say record shadow measurement. All right. And of course you can't see that because it's so tiny. It's green. It's in fact, I can't even really read it either. It's a
it's teeny.
See, it's 8. What is that?
I see just like a little tiny, looks like one.
Actually, it shows it.
I see it. Oh, okay. Okay.
I think it shows it over here.
Yeah.
Oh, height difference. That's not right. Okay, so I think if I move my cursor here, okay, there it is. So if I put my cursor here, if you look on the right where it says mouse position.
Yeah.
Let's see here, height difference. So if you go right where I clicked on it, it's 3,500 meters.
3,500 meters?
3.5 kilometers is how high that peak is above this point on the plane.
380. You said 385, is that right?
It's 30, well, it's about 35, 37 meters where that pixel I'm on right now. So it's 3,537 meters. All right, so let me do this other peak. I'm going to right click here on the tip. I'm going to set the reference point. And again, there's the shadow. You can see on this edge of the mountain there that looks like it's very close to the peak, right? So I'm going to sit there. I'm going to set reference point, or I'm sorry, record shadow measurement. And again, that's going to be right there is 4,400 meters.
Now, Jerry, is this from the floor of the crater to the tip of the spire?
It's from the point on the shadow that's on the floor. Yes, it's the most accurate measurement is when you can get it on a smooth portion of the floor of the crater.
Okay.
If the shadow goes up the wall, then it's not accurate in terms of the height above the floor of the crater. It's got to be, you got to make sure that
when it's in the floor of the crater.
Right. So it's
really
very close. It's very close to this edge. So this might be within 300 or 400 meters.
I see.
Measurement.
So this is the tip of the spire to the edge of the shadow, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So that's about a little over 2 miles.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool, right?
Very
so
cool.
let's go to the crater rim and measure this. See this peak right here?
Okay.
I'm going to right click on that. I'm going to set the reference point. And again, you can see where the sun shines. This is the point on the crater rim that's forming that shadow.
All right.
And I'm going to right click there as close as I can get it. How high do you think that rim is? I mean, I'm going to let you guess before I record this.
Rim itself?
Yeah, above the floor.
I don't know. 2,000 feet?
2,000? That's a half a mile. You think it's much lower than the mountains are in the center?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. It's actually 4,521 meters.
40. Oh wow, 4,521.
So the peaks in the middle are just as high as the crater rim.
2.8
So
miles,
they're,
and the peaks are like 2.2 miles.
yeah, right.
So it's just the rim is just slightly higher. That's crazy.
Yep. And it depends on where you're at in the rim, of course, but yes. Okay, so we know this shadow is much higher. So let's go to this shadow that's a little bit lower right here.
Yeah.
Along this edge. That's a pretty flat edge along the crater rim, but let's go to this part right here.
All right.
I'm going to draw a line.
So these shadows are telling us how high the spires were and how high the crater rim is
from from the floor of the crater.
Yes. Okay. All right.
So I'm gonna record that one. So again, see how consistent that is?
Oh my gosh.
4,546 meters, and this one's 4,520 meters. You see how consistent that rim is?
Yeah. That's really cool. 2.8.
Let's find out how small these craters are here. These little ones right here that you can see.
Right.
I'm gonna try this one first. I'm gonna draw a circle.
You can use a tool to figure out that much detail on the moon, you know.
So that crater right there, you see I just drew the circle around it. That's just outside the rim. It's 5 kilometers. That's 3 miles. All right, so it's actually 4. Let me clear it. I'm going to put 4 kilometers, which is 2.5 miles. Draw. That matches that a lot closer. And the other thing it tells you, it gives you the exact latitude and longitude of that crater on the moon. So you can do that. So you can get that data from these measurements also. So that's just an example of what you can do with this tool. It's a lunar terminator visualization tool, and it's the coolest thing that when I discovered this thing, I just was in heaven, you know, being able to do this kind of stuff with the moon images. So are there any questions? That's about all I've got really to show.
Dusty Hoskins was asking me to put up a link to that program, so I did.
Yeah.
I put it up earlier, but.
And the thing is, if you can find images online, as long as you know the date and time and the location where they were made.
Yeah.
You can do this kind of measurement on those images.
Very cool. Jerry,
sorry, Jerry. Those deep sky images don't do the moon. And just to prove it, can I share my screen?
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
Yeah, that's nice.
There was one other image I wanted to
show.
show.
The clue actually is in the title.
Oh, mosaic. Yeah, exactly.
No, lunar.
Lunar. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We don't do the moon.
Yeah.
It's a swear word.
It's not a name. It's not a name of a crater. It's just lunar.
It's a swear word, the moon.
Yeah, right. So let me show you this one image that I wanted
Let me
to
get rid of this.
So I've actually been doing lunar imaging with the deep sky camera too, without set up correctly. It's set up the opposite what you want to do for high resolution lunar imaging. It's a full disk image with the 165. Let me share my stuff again. I'm sorry about the dogs barking.
Like there's like a dogfight going on.
You guys be quiet. Golly. So let me go to this other screen here. Where's my where's it at here? So I've been doing these images of the full disk moon with the deep sky camera, and I want to show you what kind of resolution I can get with just a deep sky camera. No full disk. Let's see. This is a good one to start with. So this gives you an example. This is a 21-day-old moon. Okay. third quarter, but I'm going to zoom up on this. I've already got zoom. So on these images, okay, that gives you an example of what you can see. Okay.
Look, Davey says barking at the moon.
Yeah, barking. So this is Copernicus.
Okay.
Okay. See these little craters here? They're not so little. These are like, I've got another picture I can show that shows the measurement. I think these are like 8 to 10 miles in diameter.
Wow.
Okay. And that's with just a, you know, that's with the whole disk image. Actually, the field of view, I cropped this. The field of view of the camera is 1.5 by 1 degrees. So it's got plenty of black space around it. Oh, and then also down here, let me show you this. This is the straight wall.
Yeah.
This crater Thebit and Thebit D, I think, I don't remember exactly which one is Thebit. D, I think, is this one. This one again is like 8 miles or 6 miles or something in diameter. So you can really get high resolution images even with the telescope set up for deep sky. Let me bring up another one that really has some measurements on it that I did. All right, let's see here.
Jerry, how long have you been working with the ALPO and the lunar section?
I've been on the staff for about 6 years now.
Okay.
All right, but I've been submitting stuff for probably 8 or 10 years to the ALPO, and I'm going to zoom up on this one. All right, so this is just the full moon, or pretty much the full moon. Okay, and there's the information. I took this last year. Okay.
Yeah.
And all this data that I put in the image is from the virtual moon atlas. So it's easy for me. If this is, use that as reference information. You don't know that stuff by heart. You don't know, you really, I know a lot of the craters on the moon, but I don't know every one of them. So you use tools to identify things and to measure things and to know what's going on. So
right.
here's a crop, okay, from this image. All right. Messier and Messier Alpha, 10 miles in diameter. And you can see craters that are smaller. You can detect these other craters.
Right. Yeah.
And then Lagranus is 80 miles in diameter. But that just gives you an idea.
That's cool.
Full resolution of this image is and its plate scale is about 1 arc second per pixel on this image.
Mm-hmm.
Let me close that. Let me bring up one more. Thought I had different ones. Those are all the same ones. I think it's because it's the date. Oh, there's some Mars images I took last year before last. Oh, here's something else you can do that's kind of interesting with the LTVT. You can rotate the moon on its axis and see what it looks like from the side. Okay. So this is as if you're up in orbit around the moon. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're right above Merecrisium, looking down on it. That's another thing you can do with that program. You can map it to the sphere and then rotate it around.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. All right. So
excellent. Well, we are going to go to Carroll Iorg once again, and he's going to ask the final door prize question, and then we're going to let him get some rest. So there you go.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
Yep.
The question is, when does the next solar eclipse happen in the U.S.? And not only the date, but also the approximate UT time of totality.
Are you talking about, a total eclipse, right?
Total solar eclipse.
Eclipse, okay. So you want to know when does it happen and the approximate UT time.
For totality, yes.
Okay, all right. So again, you're going to send your answer to Kent at explorescientific.com. And there we go. And Carroll, I want to thank you for hanging in there with us for this. We've been on the air now for quite a while. We've gone over 5 hours of the Global Star Party VIII. I wanted to show this this guide here. This is the Exploring the Starry Realm by the Astronomical League. This is a new guide that you guys have. I don't know what it costs, but you know, I've been going through it, and it's got great illustrations. It shows you how to you know, to observe the sky, and gives a lot of explanation, a lot of the basics that might be missing from, like, say, your instruction manual from your telescope. In fact, you won't find instructions like these in an instruction manual on any telescope. But this is how to you know, observe the sky, become more familiar with the sky, which will make you more proficient with your telescope. So if you're just getting started and you want, you know, or maybe you've never had these kind, you know, you've been doing it for a while, but you never had these kind of basic, you know, pieces of advice and tips and stuff like that. This is something that I think any astronomer could benefit from. So exploring
a very good price, very nominally.
Oh yeah, right. And you just go to astroleague.org and place that order. And you know, and while you're at it, you might join, if you're not a member, join the Astronomical League, and you'll get this beautiful magazine called The Reflector. And The Reflector is you know, full color magazine, and it's just full of great articles, astrophotos, league information, you know, their awards, their conventions, and how you can get involved in outreach or observing programs. So thanks very much, Carroll. Thank you.
Scott, it's good talking to everybody tonight. Take
Yep.
care.
Thanks. Take care. Good night, Carroll. Okay. So we are getting down. We're getting down to the wire, guys. So at this point, checking in with Caesar. Caesar, do you have how's your skies down there in Argentina?
Well, we are not lucky today, but I'm trying to make a better focus. I appoint the Exos 100 to Antares to make a better focus and return to 47 Tucanae, because now we don't have clouds, but the problem is that that the focus of the zoom. I can show you something that it's fun, because I told that my camera adapter for the EXOS 100 was of high technology, but of course it's a joke, because you can see something clear. This is really good. It's a part of wood, because I made this adapter in the lockdown of the quarantine in April, because all was closed, and I could able to go to my laboratory or my warehouse, our warehouse, to get something you know, ductile vixen or something that they have, but for me was impossible, because for all people in April here the lockdown was absolutely, and really I needed to make something in the quarantine time, and I found in my home a stick of wood, because I buy a lot of wood garbage things, and you know, the size of the ductile of Vixen ductile, yes, work properly. Yes, it's a high technology adapter.
Yeah, very high technology.
Actually, it's one of the best that I have, but don't tell to anybody. No, yes, it's high technology, you know.
Yes.
Well, I need to try. If you, maybe if you like to return in a few minutes, I try one more time. If I can make focus, I'll show you something more respectable or more about 47 Tucanae.
All right. Okay. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Only, yes.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
I'm sorry, but sometimes it's a little difficult.
No problem. No problem. So, guys, while we're waiting for that, does anyone have anything they want to share?
Yeah, we've actually got a couple of images from the last Euro Star Party. I think we showed the Andromeda on Tuesday's Star Party, if I remember rightly. So if I go into the Photoshop screen, we had the Andromeda. One of the main reasons for sort of mentioning this was it was actually shot in bright moonlight. That was the key, where I was sort of picking up on Jerry saying that most of the images don't like the moonlight. And this had no filters on it. So there were 2 images we did that night, and the other was M33. And again,
that's nice. That's very nice.
No filters, no nothing on there, just literally a camera straight on with a reducer flattener. You've got a little bit of flaring around the stars, which I would expect with the moonlight being out. But the point is a lot of people are turning around and saying, oh, you can't image when the moon's out. You can't do this when the moon's out. You can. Yeah.
Take every opportunity you can, especially in your area, right?
And to be honest, as we all know, quite often the clear skies come along when the moon's in a bright phase. So the other point I was going to go on was just really on fast imaging on fast systems like Andreas was on about in Sweden. This is 230-second shots using an f2.2 11-inch Raza. So again, the details there. I'm just going to forward it through the processing so that you can see the color go into the image and the detail. Fast imaging works with these new cameras, fast time. So you can beat lots of tracking issues, you can beat lots of light pollution issues, and you can generate some quite nice images with lots of detail in them.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Beautiful.
So, it's really a case of taking the opportunities. That's really the key thing with this, and enjoying what you do, have fun with it. Yeah, it's what you need to do is to try and enjoy it so it's not hard work. Yeah, this is the key thing. When it becomes hard work, it's not fun.
That's true. It becomes frustrating.
Yeah, that's it.
Frustrating.
Everybody has those nights. Even I have those nights.
Right. That's right.
Loads of new equipment turns up. You go out there with it, and nothing works how you think it's going to work. And that's the key thing to it.
Right. That's right. Well, let's look at some comments here from the chat room here. Let's see. Astro Beard says, I call the moon the enemy. All right. Well, let's see. What else?
The moon is your friend. The moon is your friend.
Your friend. Yeah. I think a lot of us, we became enamored with the moon, certainly with the Apollo program, because it was just so unbelievable that we're going back to the moon, or not going back. We were going to the moon. We were going to put boots on the moon. And I remember as a kid, it was almost unbelievable. It was, and the tension of them landing and all the rest of it. Every time I watched the scenes, with them, with 17 seconds of fuel left on the lunar lander and everything, and I know over the years I've gotten to know Buzz Aldrin, and he was just telling me what it was like, and he was really, I mean, they were very concerned, but they're pilots, so they were staying very focused. But he said he really did not want to distract Neil Armstrong from even a second, okay, because this was almost a do or die type of thing. So I think it's just kind of being that kind of intensity and watching them land on the moon, and all the stuff that we learned about the moon as kids and stuff like that spawned a lot of people. Certainly, I think if you went through the ALPO and talked to the different people there that are so interested in the moon and in its features and all the rest of it, I think they'll relate back to the Apollo program as being a big inspiration. But it's going to happen again. If we actually do land on the moon again in 2024, wow, that's going to, at least here in the States, that is going to be, and I think worldwide, that is going to be a huge thing for another generation of people to get reinterested in astronomy, space exploration, STEM, all these things that came forth during the 60s and the 70s around the world. When we have astronauts do something like that, I know that certain countries take pride in what they're doing, and it becomes maybe kind of a nationalistic kind of thing. But really, what happens is that I've traveled the world, and people feel like that was a humanity thing, that we achieved something like that. So, very cool.
I think the moon has a natural interest with us right from childhood. It's in lots of books that we are given, our first books. There's always lots of nursery rhymes and all sorts of things all around the moon. So there's a natural thing that's built into us from an early age of curiosity.
That's true. And all the poetry and all the romance and everything else that's locked into the moon, A lot of people don't know this, but when the sun and the moon are together in the sky, it lifts solid Earth up 1 foot higher than what it would normally be, the tidal tug on the Earth. And over open ocean, it raises the water another 3 feet higher, so as it's pulling against us. So just really, without the moon, I think we wouldn't even have life here, so it's all these things, the size relationship of the moon, our orbits, all these points to make it just perfect for us to live on this blue dot way out in space, so cool. Well, I'm going to check in with Caesar one more time and see how's it going. Caesar, what do you think?
Yeah, I tried, but so too much windy. They match. I do have. If I have a little problem of focus or simply, I can show you.
Bad conditions.
It's in focus. It's in focus. Okay, it's not in the center, but maybe we can try again. But this night was not able to use a telescope because too much windy. Really, you can see my.
We can hear.
We can hear you.
Yes. I feel like in a shape.
Right.
I can share you. I can show you something. Or if we are lucky, with your imagination, you can see the cluster. Let me share.
It's like looking through an eyepiece.
If you use your imagination.
It's like looking through an eyepiece.
Yeah.
Is that averse to the imagination?
Come on, it's terrible.
I think we got skunked here. Yeah.
Here is
something. Here we go.
Here is the cluster.
Okay.
The mount is incredible because with the wind and with my totally out of polar alignment, maybe I have an error or error, sorry, of more that I don't know. But I don't make a good polar alignment because I was really fast and really the work of the clinician to make over only 2 stars alignment in 10 minutes you can see a really point to the star, but the really work really very well. My felicitations, my congratulations to the author of this software because it's at the moment it's amazing. We can try more shots if we are here. If you have some idea, Gary, because I using only the Canon with a.
The only way you could make that brighter, Caesar, is by dropping the F ratio down. So to bring the F ratio down to a little bit lower if you can. It depends on what lens you're using. So next to that is the F ratio. To see whether you can reduce that, that would make the image a bit brighter in a shorter time.
Yeah.
Which globular is this that we're seeing?
It's look this where you have a cloud here passing.
Yeah.
Here 40 is yes. I return to the 47 Tucanae again. But if with the wind I can use a telescope only a zoom 100 300 that for the APS-S sensor is, you know, by 1.6 times the real focal length. Maybe I use no more than 135 millimeters. But
so this
you could also increase your ISO there to 1600. You've got the ISO on 800. With it being a short exposure, you can take your ISO up to 1600.
Sure. The problem is that I lost the focus when I try to use more long focus with the sun, with the zoom. It's this zoom is not for the new ones. It's the old one. You know, for the old models, ultrasonic series from the 90s, and it's a little terrible because when you move the zoom, you lost the focus. Yeah. And the problem is that maybe I have a good. I can see some shape of the globular cluster.
I can see the outside of the cluster there. I can see the outer edge.
Let me check because I am a little confused because I like to center left. I'm confusing for I move to center the cluster. The problem is that I don't have any star visible to move and center the cluster. Right. Well, we can try. Oh, 9, sorry. I forget that I had the velocity in 9.
That's pretty high.
No, the go-to is good because it's returning to the out center, but it's not the guilt of the mount. If not, is that I make a very, very fast go-to setting.
So the audience knows more about what you're going after. 47, a globular star cluster.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know now. The size is of course that is less stars that Omega Centauri cluster. That Omega Centauri cluster, many people say that is a proto galaxy, is near to be considered a small galaxy.
And that's interesting because in 2017, some astronomers, professional astronomers,
well, I can try with Rai in 2, no, in 9. I move a little. I can try. We are expecting outside the screen or more center. No, it was nothing. Only go a little. The problem is that I can see anything to have a reference to center this.
Yes.
I'm still giving you 10 out of 10, Caesar, because I can hear the wind here. Yeah, that's going around you. So I'm still giving you 10 out of 10 for commitment to astronomy on this.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's amazing commitment.
Yeah, it's amazing. Anything, you know. Like,
yes, when the people that normally found people like us that making astrophotography think that we are crazy because sometimes, well, of course, our attention to the screen but many people using the camera. When I using the camera, come to advise me when I take the darks with the cover of the objective. They say, "I'm sorry, you can take pictures with the cover in the lenses." Okay, no, it's okay. I say, okay, bye bye.
You're doing.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know. It's not easy for me to center this.
Okay. It's okay.
But you know, here is the globular cluster. Sorry, Scott, that this night was not successful with this.
But it's not successful either. It's just very challenging. Very right. So, well, gentlemen, I think you know, we have been on for about 2.5 hours. And I know it's late in the UK. In fact, I think it's very late or very early in the UK. Caesar, what?
3:30.
What time is it in Argentina?
In Argentina, 11:25.
11:25.
11:25. I eat pizzas. I made the pizzas.
You made?
Yeah. No, was not a delivery. Was my I make the dough. Yes, my specialties.
Yeah, it's very.
If one time, I can meet with you, and of the people from the. And one opportunity, I promise that I can make pizza for
You'll make
everyone.
it for us. Okay.
Really?
All right.
Yes. Say, you can sign my promise.
Okay. That's great. That's great. I look forward to it. So
Yeah.
thank you. We had I think a very interesting global star party. Everything from Sweden down to Australia. We got a great tour of Norman Fullum's shop, seeing him polish everything from what, a 12-inch mirror up to a was it a 45-inch mirror or 50-inch mirror, something like that. He showed us how he makes, Norman is amazing. I mean, he constructs his mirror blanks. He constructed his vacuum chambers, his polishing equipment. Just to see the craft of all that, to hear him sing his song and watch him play his music, that was really cool. Jessica Buckles was on with us from Bentel. Of course, Chalks is with us here. Jerry Hubble, Gary Palmer. Thank you. All of this together, it's not easy. Steve, you are welcome back anytime you want to come back, of course. Thank you. I think everyone probably could use some. And I think I'm going to go because it's too late. That looks really good. So I'm going to say goodnight. If there's any last words for this star party?
No, I just wish to thank everybody for watching and everybody who participated in it. It's been really good. And thanks to you, Scott, for putting it on. Yeah, that's the key thing.
Just in a few days on Tuesday night, again, we're going to have our next, we want to thank our sponsor again, the Astronomical League, for the door prizes. Magazine for offering free subscriptions. Caesar, Marcello Souza in Brazil as well.
Yeah.
I think Caesar's wind is knocking your sound out. I think we can't quite hear you all the time, Scott, because Caesar's got his.
I'm on mute here. That's there we go. Yeah, Marcello Souza from Brazil is going to be the new senior editor for our global free. It's going to be a free digital magazine, and there will be. He's a cosmologist himself, so we'll have everyone from scientists from all over the world, amateur astronomers submitting astrophotographs. Gary, I hope you submit some of your work, and actually all of you guys should submit your astrophotos if you're listening and you want to submit articles. We will be putting up a link to a groups.io site where it will be called Explore Alliance Outreach, and you can put up you can submit your articles there. I want to thanks everyone again, and we're going to call it a night. So we'll see you next Tuesday night, Global Star Party number 9. This was number 8, and take care, and we will see you next time.
Bye.
Hello.